All right, four, three, two, one. Hey everyone, welcome to episode 49 of the Nerds and Words podcast. As always, I am Moreland TV, joined this week by Potion Shop TV,
It is I.
as well as Kerr.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How was your guys' week? Did you guys both get a chance to watch the Heidel Ball or most of it?
Yeah, I stayed up all night watching it and got like a couple hours before the podcast in of sleep.
Hell, dude, I went to bed and I watched it this morning. Like literally, I just finished watching it like 20 minutes ago.
You did it right. You did it right.
So you guys watched the whole entire thing?
Yep.
Or I skipped all the Q&A stuff. Not the Q&A stuff, but the like little mini game and then the Q&A at the end because they said they'd upload some of the stuff to the website in like a text format for the Q&A. So I didn't watch that part.
Yeah, I only had a couple hours this morning, so I watched as much as I could in like 1.5x, and then I read a couple different summaries in Discord or on Reddit. So I feel like I got a pretty good idea of what's going on, but there might still be a couple surprises in there for me. So other than that, Kerr, how'd your week go? What have you been up to?
My week's been pretty good. I still been a little bit away, just more so working on like school stuff. I'm taking a summer class that ends next week. But other than that, it's going pretty good. Honestly, I'm just ready to talk about what they said in the Heidel Ball. There's a whole lot of juicy stuff.
Oh yeah. What about you, Potion? How'd your week go?
Oh, okay. Well, because of said rumored J Hammer, I sold my Pink Crescent, and then I have now acquired enough money to put a pre-order on Tet Fallen God. So I think I'm the first person in NA to ever put a pre-order on Tet Fallen God. So that's basically the majority of my week, and now I'm struggling with burnout. Not really, but I mean, like, I definitely am like less motivated. I'm like trying to like running circles out here with my character, trying to figure out what do I do now.
Wait, so you think someone's gonna J-hammer a Tet Fallen God and sell it?
I'm actually anticipating that. I was originally hoping that maybe somebody would the pin accessories would crash because of the J Hammer, and then maybe someone would sell that to get really good pin accessory prices. I didn't really expect anybody to sell it though. I wasn't banking on that. My long-term plan is I'm just gonna keep the pre-order up there and jack up the price until it's worth it for like Biohack or somebody else to make it and sell it.
Man, I wonder. We'd have to ask Bio what that price would be.
I already did.
That's interesting.
I already did.
What did he say?
The current price is basically the price it cost you to make it. So if you sold it now, you'd lose a teensy bit. And like, so I don't know, if you go up on the calculate the tax on that, right? Maybe around 140 billion, 140 billion is when it starts, being like even, and maybe like 160 is when you start making profit. And I don't know. So I'd be want to pay up to like 180 to 200 bill for it. Then I have to deal with the RNG.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like I'd pay 160 to 180 for
that's a lot of silver for 3 DP, dude. I guess like, more about the status.
If you're at the point where that's really your next upgrade, then I mean, I don't know. It's more about just
true.
Not having to build the stack and like not having to buy all those costumes. It's mainly the stack, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think it's a huge, like, I don't really like the enhancing in BDO with like the in-game stuff. Like, I thought Tri accessories are fun. Ted accessories are like debatable. I think Ted accessories would probably be fine now. But and in Pin wasn't really fun. Like, the higher you go, the less fun it is. So I just can't imagine doing, the Fallen God and it being an enjoyable experience. Like, just imagine you have that, you're the bomb 10% of unlucky and you're going for Fallen God. It's going to cost you 400 bill.
Yeah, like how much is it willing to pay to hedge against being even in the bottom 20 or 30%, which is a huge chunk of people. Like you're just getting turbo fucked going for an item like that. So you sold your Pink Crescent because you thought they were going to crash? Was that the idea?
Yeah, I thought it was going to crash because of the J Hammer, and I thought there was a good chance of that happening, so I sold mine. And I mean, We can get into that later, but I guess it's turned out about even. I mean, I don't think it was a loss. I don't think it was a gain. I think it was probably about a moot point.
I haven't even like looked at all that stuff. So is the J hammers, are they all in the form of codes? Do I need to
I mean,
do codes, or can I mail them, or
there has been a surge of people listing like pin crescents, especially because they also announced that you can get one for doing the 3 to 6 month quest chain thing.
Yeah.
I guess it just depends on how low they go, right? Over the course of the next month or two. It
Well,
could be.
the crafting cost of it's 10 billion for the free one, right? Crafting and then the questing. So that's got to at least take a huge chunk of value out of the existing ones. Because if you already have one, then you just do that quest and then you sell. You know, it's like that's basically a 30 billion. That's basically a 30 to 40 billion quest for you.
yeah, I don't. Do you think that people are going to use the J hammer on Ping Crescent, or do you think that most of the price going down is just people anticipating it losing value because of that quest line?
I think people are listening probably because of the quest line. I think as far as are we sure? I don't know for sure if the J hammer is the old one or a new one. They didn't really clarify that in the thing. I kind of assume it's the new one, but I don't know. But if it's the new one, I think it's going to be like, I think like super advanced players would be like Lunar Revive Necklace because it's the best PvP item in the game. And then second would be Distortion. Third would be maybe like for like newish people would be like Tet Ogre, Tet Latent, Tet Tungrad Necklace. And then after that, maybe Tungrad Ring, Tungrad Belt. And then if you're really, really new, maybe Tet Crescent. I don't know.
I would think if you're new, you would save it up. Like if you're tapping anything other than a disto or a lunar necklace, I was looking at them the other day, and it seemed like those two were kind of the only options.
Yeah, as far as good value for sure.
Wow.
Okay.
So I was looking at the market. I've been away for the last couple of days. The base lunar necklace has gone up by 50 mil in the past like 3 days.
Yep. I made a lot of money on that.
Wow. I still
Just
have
for
my
people
stash.
J hammering.
Or I don't know, maybe people trying to get a Tet for the J hammers. I'm not sure, dude.
I think people are anticipating the J hammer, and I think a lot of people, because on EU they're 200 mil, and on KR they're 300 mil, and the pin is like 200 bill on KR. Like it's just the NA and EU haven't really caught onto the new meta because it's such a new item. There's not many people who have been able to test it yet. And people, yeah, especially NA typically avoids testing accuracy in the first place.
Well, I mean, it's the same accuracy you get from any other accuracy item, right? Does it actually need its own separate testing?
If you, yeah, but the people didn't realize, like, they haven't done a lot of players haven't done the math to see that the AP to accuracy ratio from Ogre to Lunar Revive Necklace is absolutely insane. It's the best in the game compared to any other accessory. So a lot of people haven't realized that. Now, if you're going for a Dabareka, well, then I mean, more power to you, right? Like, obviously that'll be, then Toro Belt and something else can become, maybe the Ominous Ring is best.
I was trying to do the math on that, and it's actually quite a bit more complicated than it seems. Like comparing the AP accuracy trade-off on Turo versus Dawn versus Lunar Neck, because you also have, Deboreka kind of throws a wrench into things, but it's also depends on like whether or not you're comparing to Tungrad, and then you have a value thing in there where it's like, okay, well, how much silver am I paying to get this higher AP to accuracy trade-off? It's kind of, I don't know. It's actually kind of a tough decision. I don't think it's super cut and dry. Although maybe with now that some of the prices of these items have changed, it's more obvious. But when I was taking a look at it, it was actually pretty hard for me to decide, like, if I was going to go for accuracy, which slot I would swap it out for.
Mm.
I definitely think at pin, the necklace is just hands down so good. It's hard. It makes it muddy if you compare it to pin Deboreka, but the pin necklace is so good. Compared to pin Turos, pin Turos is actually very mediocre. Like I feel like Turos is really, really good, but at pin, the stats that you gain isn't all that crazy.
Especially for the money. Because like when you have Pin Bassi at like, what is it, 35 bill right now? Like and then you're looking at Toro Belt, it's like getting up there almost 3 times the price.
Pin Turos, you're paying 100 bill for an extra 4 accuracy and 2 AP. It's a lot. Well, it's not 100 bill. It's 96.5 bill, but you get the point. It's not that crazy as compared to like the necklace.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the necklace, you gain an extra 10 accuracy and 4 AP
It's
for
much,
the jump from Tet to Pin.
it's much easier to justify the cost when it's that big of a difference compared to Ogre.
So, did the pin accessory hammers actually happen, or did we get baited?
So they have they didn't say anything in the Heidel Ball about the J Hammer at all, 0. And then basically there was a GM on SCA, GM Knox, and he was like, "Oh yeah, by the way, you're going to get J Hammers on website." And we're like, no.
Whoa.
This has to be like a debate. This has to be like a Photoshop. And I was like, this is from Discord. Like, it might be not real. And then I was like, someone get me the SCA Discord. And so I got that. I jumped in there and he scrolled through the Heidel Ball, and then there he is. There's GM Knox, and he's like, "Yep, you're going to announce it on the website, and you're going to get a J Hammer." And it's just like, and we're like, "What do you? This is how we find out through GM on the SCA." And then
Are you allowed to do that accent?
Bro, that. Can you do that?
Then and then basically they made an in-game announcement. So I have that. I have the in-game announcement for it.
Okay. I was pretty distracted there by the accent, so I'm not sure what was actually said. But
so
apparently they announced it in-game on EU server as well.
Yeah, and they announced it in-game on all servers after GM Knox made his glorious entrance. The announcement was, "Thank you all adventurers for worldwide for joining us for the 2021 Heidel Ball. There's one more special gift for you, a J Hammer of Loyalty. Check out the soon-to-be-announced GM note for all the info. Once again, thank you for your support." And if you go to the GM note is on the website now, and it shows you basically all the rewards, all the codes for additional rewards, and then at the very bottom it says J Hammer of Loyalty. The exact details will be announced at a future notice. So, in typical Pearlbus fashion, we still don't know anything.
I got a banana.
Yep. Fake Uniform did a rap for the Heidel Ball, and so there was like a code that was like in there, like squeezed in there with the video, and so that code gave a try accessory box, it was a fine accessory box 3, and it also came with a banana as homage to Fake Uniform, which I think is pretty awesome.
Amazing. I saw they sent us a full set of weapon exchange coupons as well. People had been speculating on that since there was no season. So there you go. If you're trying to reroll, there it is. And then, am I seeing a free T8 horse for everyone? Is that what I just?
And it starts out with like 3 courser skills from the jump as well.
Yep, sprint, instant sell,
and 150 stack. Okay.
Yeah, dude, and 1,000 crons.
Yep, they
and a free young dragon, right, from the box. You get the HP Garmoth baby dragon and shit as well.
Mm-hmm.
They truly know how to buy our affection, don't they?
Dude, it's like daddy coming home every now and then, dude.
As long as he brings prizes. So what does a gold horse mean? A T8 gold horse? Does it look different than the other horses? Yeah, I'm not gonna try it out.
Someone said it looks like butterscotch. So I haven't looked at it personally.
I'm gonna go to my T8 stables and register it.
I'm gonna leave it in my bank until I need money. That's what I did with my tier 7s, and I made 100 mil like 3. Oh nope, never mind. My tier 7's still in the bank. I thought I sold that. Nope, I still have it here in my Grana storage from like 3 Heidel balls ago.
So I don't think there was a ton to I guess I should say how my week went. I've pretty much just been playing the Burning Crusade. I was in the tournament semifinals for Warrior and had a pretty good fight against Bob the Tilter, but I lost. And then I also lost again to Sunny in the loser bracket, which I am again salty about, but for different reasons than the first time. So yeah, I haven't played a whole lot of BDO. I probably should start playing my Suck Warrior again because the buffs were actually pretty crazy. But yeah, I've pretty much just been playing TBC. I think that's starting to die down a little bit now. The fresh expansion hype is kind of wearing off, so I'll probably be back playing the Warrior a bit more. Definitely after some of the announcements in today's patch, I'm kind of interested in BDO again. I wasn't really feeling it the last couple of weeks. I kind of needed a break, but do you guys want to just jump straight into the Heidel Ball? Because I don't think there was a ton of stuff in this week's patch that was really that important.
Trying to think. I didn't even like look at it for the podcast notes. Let me pull it up. It's probably like one thing. I know they did some class balance stuff.
Yeah, I think it was pretty minor. They did something to Sage, unless that was the week before. Oh yeah, this week for Sage, they just changed the damage on a couple of his abilities a bit. The bigger nerf was the week before to his iframe. Yeah, I don't think there was a ton in there. I remember thinking like they're probably just saving everything for the Heidel ball.
Yeah, they announced the Burning Moontail item which is what we now know. Is what we now know for what's it called? It's what we turn into the new pin accessory.
The pin accessory, right?
Yeah. And then the gold, bronze, and bronze, silver, and gold trophies for horse racing with actually mastery, mount training, and horse training. But they last 10 hours and they have 10 durability, so that's like 10 whole nights. You can just, if you get one win gold first place, you can just have 10 nights of AFK training on that, which is.
Yeah, those are actually nice, meaningful rewards for like horse races. So I'm glad that they're starting to add stuff that people actually want to go for. I don't know. I'm still haven't found the motivation to get into the whole horse racing thing, but maybe if they continue to improve it.
I think it's getting pretty close. The one thing I didn't like is I found out that it's on a different server. So you basically just queue and it just throws you into a completely different server. So there's no chances you're going to ever see players running around and stuff. And I feel like that's kind of immersion breaking. I was kind of sad when I learned about that. That's just on its own server.
That's kind of weird. It just doesn't spawn any mobs or anything.
I don't know. It's just you basically spawn into a new server, and then that's where you race around, and then when you're done, it kicks you back to whatever server you're on.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, wouldn't you want that? I mean, you don't want players running around messing with the races and stuff, right? Don't you want it to be an instance?
I think that players should be able to interact with each other, right? Like make it where you are like immune, but you can't get off your horse or something. Like I think there's some way they can get around it. I feel like the immersion is important enough where you want people to see each other at the very least. Maybe not interact with each other, but at least be able to see each other.
Yeah, I think it's okay
though. A lot more work though.
Because, like, especially if someone has, like, a shit potato PC, like, you couldn't just have the course going through Veli or Heidel like it currently does, right? Where, like, you have having pop-ins and all the people. I get what you mean, though. It'd be kind of cool if there was, like, a track, like an actual horse track, and you could, like, watch or something if they were going to do that.
But that's how it used to be, right? They're all on 2 channels, and you would see people, racing around. Now, they weren't good enough to be worth your time, but now they are. It's sort of like, well, that was something that... I'd see one person in a Blue Moon, like a Mystery Summer 2019, running around on horse racing because you had to do it for it or whatever, So, I don't know. I kind of miss that. I think they don't really value the immersion enough. But overall, I think it's an improvement. So, I mean, it's not like I'm doing it, so it doesn't really matter what I think.
So, had a ball?
Yeah. They have so much stuff in here. I don't know where even to begin. I mean, everybody talks about the class, I guess.
Yeah, I guess for the most part, we can kind of try to go in order of what they announced. But yeah, obviously, in terms of the biggest, well, I don't know if this actually is the biggest announcements. I don't personally find new class announcements that exciting anymore. Like, it's cool. I'm always interested to see who it is, and I'll probably play the new class. But there's actually other stuff that I think is much bigger. I'd
like to start at the beginning, that big ass bombshell they dropped on us about having mini servers, like players having their own instant servers and they can invite up to 20 people, 30 people. I would like to talk about that first, because that's
single player BDO. Anyone?
Well, yeah, like that was like, what the fuck, dude?
And they're going to add an item to the pearl shop where you can, for I don't know, 2,000 pearls, you can purchase your own server. They're gonna do that, like, for sure. And then, like, I feel like that's hey, now you can be permanently hidden on an RMT server. Like, I don't know, I feel like there's all sorts, like, well, like, if you're gonna do something sketchy, I can get my own server and hack on it. I got one day.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess the most positive thing I can say about the mini servers is that they're starting out. They said there was only going to be like 20 at a time, or something like that. So it's not like everybody in the game is going to be able to go out and get their own private server, but it is a very bizarre thing to add in an MMO. It feels kind of like what Last Oasis is doing, where they're just like fracturing everything into individual separate environments instead of having everybody play together. I just don't know if that's really what anyone needed. Like the problem that they're trying to solve is that in season servers specifically, there were not enough grind spots. And so their solution to that, and this is such a Perlibus way of thinking, their solution to there not being enough grind spots in season is to make a mini server that you can enter and invite your friends into, and you're playing a private version of the game. And it's like, of all the solutions, of all the obvious solutions to that, you guys came up with create your own mini server. It's so weird. Like, if there's not enough grind spots on season, why don't you just like make more grind spots on season good and viable, or like have them make higher end grind spots on season have easier mobs so that people could go there as an alternative. Like, there's so many other ways you could fix that, but they tend to choose some very strange roundabout solutions to problems. So I don't know. It feels like another Band-Aid on top of Band-Aid on top of Band-Aid sort of thing. What do you guys think?
Well, and another thing is, like, if you go, like, if they actually played their game, like this is what we say all the time, if they actually played their game, they would know that when a season happens, all the regular servers are basically empty, except for probably Elvia nowadays. So, like, if they're all going to be empty, you could just take more of the regular servers and make them season servers.
Yeah, literally just add more channels.
Yeah. Like, it's not like those, they're being populated now. Like, you go to, when the season starts and you go to Polyforce normal channel, there's nobody there. There's literally nobody. I went there, people are like, I can't ever find a spot. I'm like, oh, bro, like, look at this. I went to like 3 different channels. I went to all 5 rotations. Like, they're all open. I'm like, like, they're there, right? So I feel like again, I feel like they don't value the immersion of the game. I feel like that's just that goes back to that, right? If they valued the immersion, because the whole point where you get attached to the game is when you find people to play with and you get a guild and stuff, and so they're just removing that opportunity. I mean, if it's only gonna be 20 of them, I mean, this has got to be something that's extremely rare.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think BDO needs to be even more fragmented and even more focused on isolation and not interacting with people. I would say that, like, of all the MMOs I've played, this one is by far the most isolating, and I don't know why we need to make that even more so. Maybe instead the solution should be to add group loot to more spots in Valencia and Com Sylvia. Like, maybe there's just so many other things that come to mind other than creating mini servers.
Or make
very
it where,
strange.
Make it where on seasons that it's actually better to be in a party than to grind solo. Then people just get in a party and just get free loot. I mean, they're trying to make it easy for people to get loot anyway, so why not just stop worrying about it and just do that?
The number one way to get someone hooked on an MMO is to have a group of people that they're playing the game with, that they enjoy playing the game with. Like, the game's good as a solo experience, sure, but it's an MMO. The way you get people to stay in a game for the extended periods of time, for years and years, is mostly because of community and the other players that they interact with. So I am glad that they're only starting this off as like a few of these mini servers at a time. I don't know how they're going to ration them or how you're going to gain access to it. They said you have to like kill a special mob, so maybe you find that out in the world and you just
they said that first the mini servers will be implemented to seasonal servers, and you can get them by winning events or completing special events. And it will be implemented to regular servers at a later date. But they didn't say how they were going to implement it to the regular servers. They just said
maybe they won't, right? Like, maybe because I'm thinking of this as like a test flight. If they add the mini servers and people are like, hey, this is dumb, then maybe they'll scrap it like they did with Thornwood, and just not add it, like not add the main season. Yeah, I had to slip that in there. Sorry. But and just like, maybe they'll beta test this and we'll be like, hey, the mini server thing's kind of dumb, it's fracturing the game, and they'll say okay, and they'll just let it die like some of the other new content. But I don't know, that's my hope.
Oh, well, about that Thornwood, they ain't so dead. They're still working on that.
Well, okay, so
I understood it. They scrapped Thornwood.
Like, I thought they set a release date for it, even.
No, Thornwood Castle is is gone, as far as I
Yeah.
understand. But there's
They
a
said they
new
scrapped
10 versus 10
10v10.
thing.
Will take place there, right? It's going to take place
Is
at
it
Thornwood Castle. That's
Is
what.
it still happening in Thornwood Castle?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they
The way
said.
I understood it is they completely scrapped it and they're working on 10v10 instead. I don't know if they meant that they're going to use Thornwood map for the 10v10, but yeah.
What did they say that indicates that it's still going to be in Thornwood? Potion, did you see? Is there like a slide that mentioned that?
It was like during their Q&A they talked about their 10v10 because it came up. He's like, oh, by the way, if you're wondering like about the Thornwood, like that's where the 10v10 is going to take place, and all that. Like, so it's still going to be utilized. Yeah, it's just kind of transformed.
So they scrapped Thornwood Castle in order to replace it with Thornwood Castle?
Yeah, exactly. But in this case, it's not
Okay.
PvE anymore. It's now just 10v10. So the PvE part got scrapped, I guess, and then they doubled the number of players. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, without any more details, the whole 10v10 thing is a big question mark. I guess it could be fun. Last time they tried to do some sort of team battle, it was a disaster. Probably the worst instantiation of PvP I've ever seen in any game across any time. So hopefully they learned something from that, and the 10v10 is actually meaningful in some way.
I assume you have to queue for it. That's the only thing, but we've never seen a queue in the game before. So like with a queue, then it would make sense to do a 10v10. But otherwise, I just can't imagine people getting 9 people together to go do a Thornwood Castle fight. Like I just can't imagine it. Like
we've seen the queue before, right? We had the 3v3 team battle that's still in the game. You can queue for that, right? Just nobody does it.
That thing was dead within hours of release. I think 99% of people probably don't even know that it's in the game.
Yeah, like it was super DOA. It's still in the game. Is it
still? Though. Can you still even like run it? Can you still queue up for
press
that?
escape. It's there.
Wow, dude. What a trip.
Yeah, that's right. It's still there. It's just dead. It even has this weird like point tracking system where it keeps up with the points you get when you win or lose. It's just like dead though.
The team battle, right? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, team battle.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's been in the game for years. Speaking of that, speaking of dead game modes, their plan is to remove them. But understand they will add them back in future seasons. So maybe they'll remove the team battle and then add it to a new season with proper rewards.
Proper game design would be the first and foremost thing that they would need to add, but rewards would be nice as well, I guess.
I think they mentioned that for Savage Rift, Blood, Altar Blood, and what was the other thing? There's something else they mentioned. But anyway, like I kind of wonder. I agree though. It's like I don't. There's a lot of things that I felt like were missed the mark. Did you guys feel like that? Do you feel like there was a lot of things in Heidel that kind of missed the mark?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. That's kind of, I feel that way continuously.
Kinda. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of everything. There's a lot of good. There's a lot of bad, and you kind of just got to sift through what you think they'll actually release. Like, there's always one or two things in these roadmaps that actually make it to the game, whereas the other stuff kind of gets like pushed to the side or pushed to a later date. But you just got to find out what are the two things that they're actually going to come out with, you know, or at least that's the way it's been historically.
Oh, I couldn't believe the things they confirmed they canceled. They confirmed they canceled the scuba diving gear that was in Shy's trailer 2 years ago during this Heidel ball.
I've been wondering about that. I have been wondering about the scuba diving gear.
They finally confirmed that it's being suspended for now.
I got a T-shirt from that announcement in LA called Into the Abyss, and it has the scuba gear on it, and I've been waiting for that scuba gear, dude.
Yeah, apparently, unfortunately, I guess you're going to have to wait longer. Those fish farms, they also confirmed that they haven't figured out a meaningful way of adding those, so we'll have to wait apparently indefinitely.
So they literally announced fish farms on a whim without any design behind it whatsoever, and a year later, they still can't figure out what to do with it. They just threw that out there like, yeah, we're going to add fish farms, and they hadn't even begun to work on it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it?
They need to stop doing that. That's
Unhealthy.
they do that every fucking time, dude. Like, stop doing that.
Literally,
Stop
dude.
announcing things that don't exist.
Like pottery, like that's no climbing life skill. Like at this time, we have a laundry list of these things. And what kills me is they actually announced way back then. What was it? They announced a new boat in design, and it's still not out. It's still not out. They still talking about every single Heidel ball and Calcium ball.
I thought for sure that there was going to be a new boat coming out with this whole Into the Waves thing. So what was the like Into the Waves theme? Is it just Corsair and she's like Water Warrior, and so
it's literally
the
just
waves?
Corsair, which is the biggest disappointment.
There's
of my
no
entire
like
life.
bartering or boats, or it's literally just the new class.
Or the blue battlefield that they announced back in whenever.
They announced that like over a year ago.
So they said they're still working on it, right? They said that, like desync was an issue or something.
Yep, desync was a huge issue for it, but it's just kind of crazy
sure
to
is.
me. Yeah, I can only imagine when you're going on a really fast boat and you're trying to move left and right, and your character's getting glued to the ground and teleporting around it. I can't imagine.
If in Korea they say desync is an issue, then you know that's like in the NA version, that's gonna be a catastrophe.
100%.
Because they aren't even aware of desync in normal PvP over there. They think the game's fine.
Yeah, it's. I was really hoping this Tide of Oceans was meaning something a little bit more than just like it's the season and the character, right? Like, and like that was another thing. Like they have this new character coming out, and they literally said almost nothing about her. They never said anything about character design. Like they never had a Q&A about like what went into it. Like, and then they didn't say anything new about seasons or the reward of seasons even. Or if there is a change, like they didn't say anything. It's just kind of mind-boggling. It's like they had a Heidel ball, but just forgot all the stuff they're releasing tomorrow.
Well, what do you guys think of the new class? Did you see the trailer?
Well, it's not a dagger pistol. That's what I thought it was from the image.
I was also expecting dagger pistol or like cutlass pistol.
Yeah.
Hey, I like the weapon. It looks really close to a scimitar. Obviously, it's a cutlass, but I like the weapon a lot.
It apparently the reason we got confused is apparently it has like a wave at the end of each little breakpoint in it, and basically they chopped it off after one of the breakpoints for the photo that they had done. But apparently the cutlass comes apart into like 5 pieces, and that's how you do your long range attacks. It's sort of like a whip cutlass. So that's kind of an interesting like combination, I guess.
What do you guys think of her like her abilities and her apparent playstyle?
I thought the little way she can like use water as like a grappling hook to kind of like reposition herself midair was really cool. As far as the mermaid shit, dude, I don't know what the fuck. I didn't know what was going on because I only watched it once, so I was like, what?
So when we watched the trailer for it that came out for the Heidel ball, there's a guy swimming in water, and if you look at his shadow, it's the shadow of a mermaid. And so I was like, oh, the new class is going to be mermaid. Like it's going to have something to do with mermaids. And I thought for sure, just like, I don't know, every mermaid in the history of mermaids, that when she gets in the water, she would be a mermaid and swim faster. And I'd be like, oh, that would be a cool like class theme. And she'd have skilled 1 sailing or something, right? Like, nope, none of that. Just turn into, for your 100%, you turn into a mermaid. It's like, well, it just seems kind of, I mean, it's just Pearl Abyss. That's it's not what I expected, but it's a cool theme. It seems like they almost have too many themes mixed together, though, at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Her movement looks crazy. So this is just the succession, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. I assume the trailer at the end is a preview of the Awakening. Yeah, her movement looks pretty smooth. Some of her attacks seem sort of like I'm trying to think. It's sort of like a mystic, a little bit like a mystic, where you have to like dash
some
backwards.
of her abilities, like right off the bat, her first ability is just warriors slashing the dead, and then her next ability is like a copy and paste, Dark Knight ability that like 5 different classes have. So like my first reaction to this was like, okay, I recognize all these skills. But then when she started doing the mermaid shit, I'm like, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of. I guess it's kind of be cool. I personally am more interested when they said that they're going to be reworking 17 classes and giving them all unique passives, sort of like how Sage can enter in the ancient ruins for free, and Hash can like sprint through the desert with no stamina. I was more like interested in that more so than like the new class because it's like it's really cool, but you know, it's kind of whatever.
What do you think they're going to come up with those passives? Do you think that mean like that note was so vague for me that I'm kind of like, oh god, okay, we'll see.
Ranger's going to get increased back attack range by 20%. I don't know.
Dude, I have no idea, bro. I don't know. They could go a long way with these, but they said something about like maybe about like possibly reworking less utilized skills and making like just making some of the older classes feel like they can compete. It's kind of interesting. I guess it could go any way, right?
Yeah, so to me, when I hear an announcement like this, what it sounds like is someone in the upper section of the company sent out a missive saying, we want to rework older classes and add cool things like the fact that Hashashin can run faster in the desert. And that's probably all that has happened so far. And now it's up to the individual developers to try to interpret and figure out what that means and come up with stuff. And like, I don't know. We'll see where it goes, man. We'll see where it goes.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, the main thing that I was concerned with is not necessarily reworking classes. Like, I think reworking classes is a really good thing. My main problem is like it's going to be the same thing all over again that they did with Succession, right? Like they rushed Succession. It was like it did not end up being good. Like it was overpowered. They had the buff awakenings. They're still having to deal with the ramifications of not doing that properly. And I feel like they're doing 17 class updates in 3 weeks is what their plan is, which I don't think the release schedule, like that's just crazy to me. Like do like one a month or something, and to just like keep doing that until you're there, or something. Like I feel like
I think it'll be. I think it will probably be okay because I don't think they're just going straight into this cold turkey, right? Because they say 17 in 3 weeks, but it's like 4 months from now, right? So they literally have like a third of a year to work on it, and that's if they haven't already started. So I think it's gonna be okay.
Yeah,
it depends on how sweeping the changes are going to be. If they just go back and make like some of the shitty pre-awakened skills usable, that could be interesting. This game sort of has had a long-term issue of just bloated number of skills that aren't actually usable.
Yeah.
And then Awaken kind of cleaned that up, but for the most part, most pre-awakened kits, I would say, especially for like launch in year 1 classes, most of your pre-awakened kit is just absolute filler. It's shit that you never use or don't even realize that it's there. So I wouldn't mind if they go back and take a look at some of that stuff, or even like streamline some of these abilities so that a newer player who's picking up that class isn't just getting noob trapped by 8 different abilities that are garbage when only 5 of them are actually good.
Yeah, I think overall, like if they can do it right, I mean, I think I'm all for it. I'm just concerned with the timeline. If they can, I don't know, if they can pull it off in that small amount of time for getting those classes done, like more power to them, because they're trying to get the button. They're trying to rework the buttons with the rework, as well as do like visual effects and like change combos and stuff. So if they can think about that, but I feel like if you think about how they designed classes originally, right? They're designing a class with 1 year ahead of time. Then they're doing pre-creation for a little bit. Then they do like buttons like 2-3 months they're working on it, and that means 2-3 months of like really thinking about like how do we want to make this something that's fun for people to do? What combos will those players be doing? Let's make a couple different options for them. And I feel like that's not enough time. If you look at the total time they spent on developing those classes versus the total time they're using to revamp those classes, I mean, it's just not equivalent. So that's my main fear. But if they can do it, I mean, like, hey, more power to you. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's going to be more akin to what Moreland said, where it's like not actual big sweeping changes to classes, just kind of fluffing up some class or some skills that are just not used, right?
Yeah.
And maybe adding some kind of interesting little passive to it, like they said with the hash and sage have. But we'll see. I mean, I'd like to be proven wrong to do some
Do you
kind of crazy
think that
stuff.
Corsair will be able to swim fast? Maybe she swims fast, you guys. No?
I hope she turns into a mermaid and swims a little faster. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah. Like Hash can go fast in the desert, Corsair can go fast in the water. Makes sense
Yep.
to me.
What else do you guys? What's next? What you want theorycraft on the awakening of Corsair? I thought it was gonna
Oh
be
god,
Poseidon.
too soon.
Too soon.
Giant trident, obviously. I don't know. What do you think it's going to be?
Pistol.
I mean, pistol would be amazing. I thought originally that they were going to do like Poseidon for the awakening, and they were going to do like Sage awakening would be lightning, then Corsair's awakening would be water, and then the next class would be fire. So it'd be Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. And I figured that might be what their like theme was going. Is kind of what I was speculating on. But they did the main hand as like more of like Poseidon almost and like ocean themes. So maybe I have no idea for what the awakening will be. Maybe similar, maybe wind. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish it's so hard for me to even like care, to be honest. Like, I don't know. The new classes come out so often now, man, and I'm just not even like, oh man, I wonder what the awakening. Like, I'm not even curious, to be honest, bro. Like, I can't even fake it.
They did confirm, you know, with since you're so interested in these new classes, that they will be doing a new class every 3 months, and they'll be doing a new season every 3 months. So you know that's you have that to look forward to, I guess. And costumes will continue.
That is something. I'm okay. So let's talk about seasons a little bit, because they said seasons are coming back, and they said something about a PvP season. But I think what they mean is just like Arsha channels in the season. Did you guys understand what he was talking about?
So the PvP season was not like an actual season server. He's talking about like as part of the ranked arenas. So think of like League of Legends.
Okay.
League of Legends has season 1, season 2, season 3, where it's like the ranked season. So it's part of the ranked leaderboards.
Oh, that could
so
be
like
good.
throughout a season, being 1 month, 2 month, 3 months, then they'll have rewards at the end of the season for how high you ranked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, that's what we've been asking for, right? Like,
it's good.
Yeah, that seems good.
So what do you guys think about like the gear cap? So they said the first season is going to be capped at 620 gear score, and the second season will be 630. Yeah.
That's less than trial gear.
It is. Trial gear is 633.
I think that like if you're doing a PP season, you know, par BDO is the gear. They shouldn't have any cap at all on that. I feel like that's the motivation to get into the game. That's the reason they're giving people free gear. Like you can have Tuval gear and like get into that, right?
Well, they said an interesting thing. They said that instead, in the past, they've always just capped AP DP. They said this time they will be capping individual stats like accuracy, evasion, DR, and things like that, and HP, which was kind of interesting.
What a nightmare, bro. There's no way that works. There's no way that works out.
It's kind of interesting, dude.
Okay, I mean, if I'm being optimistic, hopefully if they start to take a look at those things, that means they can also fix T1 caps. But I have absolutely no faith that they can implement these caps correctly.
Yeah, they also said
T1 caps have never worked correctly. T1 caps have always been broken. There's lots of weird shit going on. There's exploits. Like, there's stuff that just straight up doesn't work. I was very, very skeptical. All I can say is that I hope that in the process of developing these caps, they realize how shitty the current ones are, and they just redo it from top to bottom, because that's a big yikes.
Yeah, and the way some like different classes perform very, very differently at different gear caps.
Yep,
for sure. So, because like, you know, the class that's really strong at a 500 gear score cap is going to difference than a 620 or even a 700 plus. So we'll see. I mean, I stay pretty optimistic. They seem like they have a pretty good idea for it. They're putting it in Altanova, you know, that little 1v1 arena where you go in during one of the quests, like that little gladiator arena. it's going to be taking place there. So that could be pretty cool. It says it'll keep up with your win rate percentage and stuff, and it's only going to be character based. So like your tamer will have a different win record compared to your berserker or whatever. Like it's not going to be family based elo or whatever. So that's kind of interesting.
I thought that was two separate things. I thought they were having a 1v1, 2v2, and 3v3 arena, and then the PvP season was different from that. Are they the same?
As far as I understand, they're the same. Yeah.
Okay.
They're the same.
So I guess the biggest question about the ranked arenas is how much credit can we take for them? Since we've been harping about that for like pretty much every podcast episode we've ever had.
Well, I mean, I expect it to be a dumpster fire at first, as always, but I'm glad that they're finally putting one in. Like that's low hanging fruit, right?
Well, I think they made pretty clear during their Q&A that they don't listen to NA opinions. So I don't know.
Oh, for sure, dude. They literally had it. They had like they were showing the percentages of like different each server that cared about that certain piece of content. They had something like 23% of NA caring about PvP or something like absurdly low. It was really weird.
Well, that's kind of a self-fulfilling thing, though, right? Because you neglect PvP for so long, you get the people who are interested in it leave, and then you do a survey a year and a half after PvP has been interesting, and ask how many people are interested in PvP. It's like, well, everyone who is interested is left, so the people who are still remaining are going to be like, it's whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like
I can see that.
It's kind of silly, and it's like that. You saw that in several different things, right? They're like, recently, our players haven't really been interested in our new grind areas. Well, Dregan was garbage, and Odolita was mostly garbage. So like, and then they're like, but they're really interested in Hadoom, even though it's not a new area. You're like, all right, maybe think for a second. Why they're interested in Hadoom and not Odolita and Dragon? And they're like, so we got a whole new Caltheon Hadoom on the way, and we're delaying the snow region even more. You know,
for some reason, our players will grind spots that are 400 mil an hour, but they won't grind spots that are 200 mil an hour. We can't figure out why.
Oh, and it drove me nuts. Like they're like, we don't want the dungeons to have unique loot and people feel motivated to go and do it. So we're just gonna have the same loot that already exists in other grind spots for all of our 4 dungeons we're releasing this year. I was like, and then like we want to find other ways to motivate people to go to do different grind spots. And I'm like, it's just like inside. I'm like, he's did it like the entire time. It's like I'm just screaming like that Q&A. Like I wish I just never heard a Q&A. I just wonder if I'd listened to Roadmap, like, oh man, they have so many good things in the way. Wow.
So wait, what's the dungeon thing that you're talking about?
They said they're doing all 4 dungeons this year, and they're going to be releasing the final one worldwide at the same time. And they said that for the loot of the dungeons, they don't want the players. They have like quadrupled down, and said it like 3 different times now that they do not want the loot to be different than the open world loot because they don't want people to feel forced to go and do the activity. And so they basically, the example of this is Iraxion. They have the distortion earring. They renamed it and they gave it a new image, but it's the exact same stats, right? And so that's an example of how they're going to do all the dungeon loot, and they doubled down on that during the Heidel.
Man, I'm kind of with Pearl Abyss on this one because like the biggest thing that comes to mind for me is Vel's Heart. When Vel was released and Vel was the only way of getting that item, and you had to do Vel, I wanted to quit the game, dude. That shit was so tedious and just ate up my Sunday afternoon every fucking week. And like it literally made me hate the game having to do that. So I kind of get where they're coming from, but I mean it's sort of like they're admitting that they don't have confidence in the content, because if the content's good, that's not an issue, right? Like people will want to do the dungeon. It's only an issue if the content is shitty and it feels like a chore, and then people are like, "Oh my god, I don't want to have to do this." So I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like if you make good content, people will do it. Even if it feels like you're forced. I mean, right now you're forced to spend your time trying to grind towards Hadoom, and if you're not, you're making much less money than everybody else, or you're forced to play certain classes during node wars and sieges. I mean, it's kind of like whatever, right?
Think of like a raid in World of Warcraft. Right? Are you going to do the raid the second time if you don't have any good loot? Like, you're not going to do it a second time. The replayability is where the loot comes in, especially for content that once you do it one time, you're finished with it. I mean, it has to be good, right? It has to be good and fun first. But once it's good and fun, then adding the loot makes it where you can do it a couple times more than just once.
I don't know, not necessarily. There's reasons to repeat raid content. Like you want to do it faster than you did before, or you can do like there's different challenges that you could do. Sometimes just like repeating the content in and of itself, if the content is good enough, sometimes that is fun. Like there's single player games that I play through, and that I don't get any loot or reward from that, but I just like doing the challenge again after it's been a while. Like I think you can make content that's repeatable, and I think you can incentivize it or add challenge modes or add leaderboards or like time to clear. Like there's lots of interesting ways that you can make that content repeatable if the content is decent as a baseline. But that's the trick, is getting it fun the first part, and then you can kind of add challenges on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense to some extent, right? Because like for Vel's Heart, like they never had the marketplace set up correctly for it, so you just never could buy one, and so that wasn't an alternative to sit back, grind some cash, and go and get it, right?
Yeah, it was impossible to buy. You would order it for like months and months and have no chance.
Yeah,
I think it's okay though to have like those dangling carrots, right? Those like really exclusive things, even though like I do understand where they come from, or being forced to do something, but like there's also content you do like for dungeons and stuff in other games just because like the difficulty, or maybe just because you enjoy to do stuff with the boys. Like I played this MMO a long time ago called Mabinogi, and there was this dungeon it's called Pika, and it was like such hard content that you'd have like 30 or 40 people go in at the same time and like try to kill it, and you'd stay up till like 3 a.m. on a school night, and it was just fun, right? So like I don't think they have to avoid trying to make content that you must do. I just think it just needs to be good content so it's timeless, right?
yeah. I don't know. I think it's interesting that they're putting so many eggs or into the dungeon basket and doing 4 dungeons. I am pretty surprised about that. I thought that would be I thought with the new dungeons they would be coming out maybe over the course of like 2 years or something, but doing all 4 of them this year is kind of surprising to me.
Dude, I fucking hate that they're already teasing and showing the boss and shit of the second dungeon when we're not even gonna get the first dungeon until July, whatever the fuck, July 21st. That's so
yeah.
fucking
Releasing
stupid,
the
dude.
dungeon a month and a half in Korea before it comes to NA is just, I mean, it's just a continual slap in the face.
So it's kind of like, how can I even care about like you guys teasing the new dungeon when we're not getting the first one until 2 months after Korea already got it?
Like I get that Korea is the first version of the game, but they're not even the main player base. Like you got to respect your worldwide audience. Korea is like 15% of the player base. Like, come on, can you stop pretending like they're the only region that matters? Like the new content getting released there early and just getting spoiled for everyone else is so, man, like. They told us they were going to stop doing this years. Remember in like 2018 when they were like, "Oh, global build by the end of the year." Like, hello?
Didn't they do that shit where they blame it on localization? Like, you guys may know more about it than I do, but is it really that hard for them to localize it for non-EU or non-KR regions? Because like the story isn't even enriching anyway. Everybody just presses R through that shit. Yep. So like, what are they having to localize?
I mean, if I could see it taking a few extra weeks due to localization, but if that's the case, I'm sorry, KR, but like y'all can wait too. Like if the other 85% of the players can wait, then so can you. Like just hold it back and then release it all at once.
Well, one thing that's really surprising to me is like, all right, if localization was actually an issue, I think that's a bold-faced lie to us. I really think it is, and the reason I think it is because they released the fucking trailer worldwide in proper language for the entire world. Everything. Like day one, they released a trailer in NA and KR. The one in NA is English. The one in KR is Korean. Like that shows that they already did all the voice recordings, because you don't just do voice recordings and have the guy come back in. No, you do all of it on the same day, so you don't have to pay the guy like 3 times the amount. Right? So that all those voice recordings are done. They're all done. So if they have any localization, it's just some text on a screen. It doesn't really matter.
I think it comes down more to a lack of confidence in the new content. I think they see KR as sort of the testing grounds, and they want that content to be polished before they release it worldwide. I honestly think that's their mentality. I mean, they said something along those lines when we were visiting them in Korea. They were like, yeah, we really want to make sure that content is like finished before it gets to NA and EU. And it's like, well, okay, you're like, so Korea is literally the beta server, and it's kind of like, haha, what a funny joke, but it's also kind of not a joke and kind of exactly what's happening.
They don't understand how mad it makes the NA player base, like especially for Dungeon and Raid. Like literally, like there's a ton of players who only enjoy doing it blind the first day, right? That's like their main enjoyment, and they feel like if there's like, and like day one right now, day one is you have to compete for a title. Day one. So if you want that exclusive title that you can only give your first place and it's yellow, right? If you want that title, the only way you can do it is look up Korean guides and watch it. That's the only way you can go for it. You'll never have a chance of being it otherwise.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest points for me, where they're literally giving out titles for the first people that complete it. But it's like, but you don't have that rush of like learning the mechanics and trying to get through it. It's literally just like, okay, well, I'm going to get my party of people together and we're going to watch Korean people run it and we're going to study it and know exactly how to beat it and then beat it as soon as it comes out. It's like, oh, yeah, we got the title. But it's like, you don't get that rush of learning the mechanics and trying to complete it when you have to wait 2 months, right? And then like they have all the rewards and everything lined out and it's all min-maxed and things. It's kind of, I don't know, it kind of makes it hard to stay hyped, or at least it was for me to watch, like watching the video for the second dungeon. I was just like, oh, cool, I guess.
Yeah, that's actually just rub salt in the wound, like you said. Like,
I was excited about the endless Terror of the Deep thing, though. It's like that's pretty cool. Like it's like an endless underwater type thing. It could be cool. Maybe we'll see.
Wait, is it actually endless?
Yeah, the one that they teased is endless. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, they're literally just taking all my ideas. Come on, when am I going to get a salary?
I'd rather people take them.
Did we get any detail? Because all I saw was they said that something about Terror of the Deep, and the very next thing he said is, despite its name, there's nothing scary about it. And I was like, wait, what?
So this is the third time they've teased it. The way I understand it from putting all the teasers for it, because they even had like a little short like clip of it the first time they teased it. You're in like an underwater ruin, sort of like Abyssal Secrea, and your vision is like obscured. There's like a circle, like a big ring around you showing what you can see, and you progress down different pathways, killing mobs, and they get stronger and stronger as you go. And if you die, you get no rewards. So you have to like think like, okay, if I keep going and I die, I lose everything, but I can only enter this a certain amount of times a week. So you're going to want to risk it and go as far as you can. So,
I like it.
There's some good stuff in there. It sounds really good in like concept, right?
Yeah, I think it's overall like I thought this was gonna be the ocean dungeon, and they were just gonna update that and make it into the ocean dungeon, and just make it 5-man. So to hear that it's solo and that it's not like that's still coming out and everything on August. They said August 26th. Well, I mean, Pearl Bishop. It's just like that's a rough time, not an exact time, even though they said an exact date. I'm pretty excited about it. I think that's going to be good content for people to do. Like people have been looking for something that's new, like a new type of grind spot in the game, and they introduced this little tower things at Star's End, and they introduced Marty Cave, and so this is like another option like that. And I kind of like them kind of prototyping these kind of ideas, putting them out there, and seeing if the player base likes them, because this might be a huge thing, and then they can start doing this for like other activities, right? Or maybe diversifying it.
Yeah.
If executed correctly, this is the kind of thing that could save end game PvE and BDO. I mean, that's exactly what you need in an action combat game where your gear progresses the way it does in BDO. You need a dungeon that scales infinitely. You can't just keep adding grind spots and grind spots and grind spots and grind spots. You need something to where players can really push themselves and see exactly how strong they are, and have times and leaderboards that they can compare to other classes and other players. You need that like D3 Paragon pushing type of content for people to really like feel their progress and feel where they're maxing out and feel if they need more AP or DP. So if they do this correctly, like, I think this is something we could do.
Yeah.
This could be like shitloads of content, right? It could be
I
practically
like
infinite
the
content.
I like also like the caveat they put in there of like risk versus reward, where it's like, okay, you keep going and the mobs get harder and harder, and you get more and more loot. But if you die, then you lose everything. You can't take
Yeah.
anything out with you.
Yeah, that's
I
it's
like
got to
that a
be
lot.
designed that
That's
way.
really
Yeah.
cool.
There's got to be some trade-off where it's like there's some reason why you don't just push as hard as you can until you die, right? You've got to like sort of feel the impending danger of seeing your health get chunked and thinking like, oh shit, I gotta dip and like keep my loot, or I gotta risk that. Like that's exactly what you want from end-game PvE.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see like if this is gonna be like Sakurai loot, and it's just you can just it just scales more and more and more. And I'm also playing a rolling Guardian to do this because Guardian's AP scaling will make that absolutely broken, and they will never know it.
Just play the new class, bro. It'll be.
Yeah, I think it's
godly.
cool. It can like inspire you to just like, oh, yo, I pushed to X. Like if they find a way that you can rate how far you went, like some kind of, even if they call it like floors or something, right? Even something simple like that. And then it's like, okay, how far can I make it this week, right? It's like, I made it 2 floors further. Like,
yep.
that's kind of cool.
I'd like to see like a leaderboard for it, for who got the farthest that week, and it just resets weekly.
For sure.
So, I guess we kind of touched on the gear cap PvP, but that was I don't think I got to that part yet, so I'm still kind of reeling from it. They said 620 in arenas. Is that the idea?
Yeah, 620 for the ranked arena for the first one, and then 630 for the second one, and then they said they would go from there of like figuring out what's the best way to go about it.
I just don't know why they can't have 2 different arenas. One of them's uncapped and one of them's trial characters, like like they did for the tournament.
Like
are there any problems with that? Is there anyone who wouldn't like that? Like I feel like everybody can agree. If you want to be, a pay to win, whatever, go do the uncapped one. If you want to just do same gear matching, then do the trial one. And then those will be 2 different objectives with 2 different titles and 2 different rewards. Like you can incentivize both of them in their own way. What's the problem?
Well, so they also said another tidbit that was really kind of scary. They said they're looking into adding gear that is PvP based only. And I was like,
yeah,
what?
That
and
scares
they didn't
the
really
shit
even,
out of me, dude.
Dude, that's fucking scary, dude.
That scares the shit out of me.
Especially if they mean you actually have to enhance like a different set of PvP gear as compared to just like getting it from a vendor. Like that was fucking weird. But they didn't even go too deep into it.
I think
okay, so there's basically only. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think they're copying Lost Ark on that because Lost Ark is kicking their ass right now. They actually did a Lost Ark stream, and it had like 50% more viewers than
but Lost Ark doesn't have open world PvP, so they can't be just copying Lost Ark. That's really bad. That's a really bad strategy.
I know it's a bad strategy, but I think that's what they're doing because that's I think that's why they're doing a dungeon. Like a lot of the things that they're doing right now are things that aren't in BDO but are in Lost Ark. And so that's what I think what they're doing. I think they're just looking at the competition, being like, well, we'll see if that works. And I don't think that's good for BDO at all. Like I think even if it's just limited just this season, I still feel like that's a really, really poor change.
So there's basically only 2 ways the PvP gear can play out. Either it's like Kerr said, and you now have a second set of gear that you need to enhance, which is just tedious and actually increases rather than decreases the barrier to entry. Or what I think is more likely to happen is that your PvP gear, because they said all this in the context of lowering the barrier of entry. So most likely what they're going to do is they're going to add PvP gear that's drastically easier to get, and then all your fucking hard work that you've been grinding to get your gear so that you can hold your spot is not gonna matter because somebody's playing the game and for 2 weeks can just come up and one-shot you like every other Siege player does.
Bro, I'm already having a hard time motivating myself to continue in this game. I don't need additional reasons to not work on my gear. This pink crescent ring was already like enough of that. Like literally what I grinded for, I don't know, like literally 3 months to get my pink crescent ring at Sakurai, and then like now you can do it with a 3 to 6 month quest. Like
Yo, Junior actually just said something pretty smart. It's like if they're gonna add gear for PvP, then what does Nuver matter? The Nuver is basically just obsolete at that point, right? Because you would never grind with Nuver after Kudamis 261.
And again, like this continues to splinter their game instead of fixing the original issue. Like they keep having this problem where like we have a problem, and then instead of fixing the original problem, they just added something to the game. And that's what they've been doing that for years, and it just makes the game worse and worse and worse and worse because they never address the core issue.
I don't even think that gear difference is that big of an issue in BDO right now. Like you can get to, like 269 AP and kill most people in the game with that gear. You're not going to be able to kill the most powerful players, but why should you? Why should you be able to kill people who've been grinding for years when you've been playing for 2 weeks? Like, isn't this an MMO? Isn't there supposed to be progress? Do we want to just get rid of gear and have everyone be the same? Like, I don't get it.
It's not necessarily that. I guess my point is like for healing and burst damage. Like healing that in the game right now basically makes it where your AP feels unimportant because you do damage and then just heal it back. And then DP, like the high burst damage in the game makes it for it where you feel like if you get any DP, it just feels like it doesn't matter. I'm literally 298 AP and 379 DP right now, and I feel like nothing changed. Like I feel like nothing has changed.
Well, you also have to remember that like building DR in most cases ain't even gonna make you very much tankier. It's like when you're stacking heavy amounts of evasion that you finally get to the point where you're like really tanky. There are some cases where if you're playing like Valk or something like that, and that has really good innate DP buffs, and then you're stacking even more DR, then it could get to a good point. But in most cases, if you're stacking DR, you ain't gonna get tankier, dude.
Yeah, so I have people in my chat malding because they think that I have full pin gear, and they're like, "Oh, the guy with full pin says that there's no gear difference." Literally, I play new classes with green gear with 270 AP, and I go around murdering people in the open world all the time. It's not that hard. You're just bad. There needs to be some kind of gear difference, okay? There needs to be some kind of reason why gear matters in this game. Like, if you go to a spot with 270 AP and you can't one combo someone because they've been playing the game for 4 years and they have a shitload of defense, they earned that. Like, this isn't League of Legends. We're not playing on an even playing field. This is an MMO that's been out for years. Some of it has to matter. No one wants the barrier of entry to be so unrealistically high that new players can't enjoy it, but that's not the situation. New players can, for the most part, catch up and be relevant. Again, you're not going to be relevant against the top 1% of players, but why should you be? You should have to earn that like they did.
I mean, they made gear progression so easy nowadays. Literally, you can make 100 mil an hour within your first day playing the game. All you do is do the main quest line and then get the Narchillin gear and go straight to Schultz. And you're breaking 100 mil silver every single hour. Like, they've made it so easy to progress nowadays that I don't think the gap is as big as people think it is. It's just a lot of people that are enhancing their gear and make stupid decisions and get fucked by RNG, which they signed up for, and then they want to like baby rage about the gear gap.
Well,
they're just lazy as fuck.
Like for me, like I'm on the same page. I want the gear to matter, and I think right now it doesn't. That's my whole point. Like because of the amount of healing in the game, your DP doesn't feel like it matters because either you're unkillable or you get one shot, and those are the two options. And for what's it called? Anyway, for the amount of healing, that makes it where like your AP doesn't feel like it matters, and for the amount of DP, makes it where, for the amount of burst damage, makes it where your DP doesn't feel matter because you can get like 20 DP and you still get one comboed, and you gain another 20 DP and you still get one comboed, and so like that's the whole point. Like, it doesn't feel like your gear matters right now at all. So even though I have a lot more gear, it doesn't feel like it matters at all. And so the reason I'm arguing for like less healing or less burst damage is so that when someone does a combo on me, I want to see that it does, instead of doing 100% of my HP or none of my HP, I want to see where I gain some gear and then I'm losing 50% of my HP instead of 60% of my HP. And that's kind of like my point. I'm not saying like it needs to be a massive difference or anything, but like I need to see it on my health bar, just enough pixels so I can tell a difference. So I feel like my 20 DP did something. Because right now, I mean, I'm still just getting one comboed, right? And like
You
I'm not.
definitely need to switch to evasion because at DR
That's not the
you're
issue. That's not the
unlikely,
point, right? That's not the point at all. Like I'm not talking about just my gear. I'm talking about in general with the BDO player base and the way the gear works in BDO currently. Right? I'm not talking about my personal experience. I'm just talking about the gear in general in BDO. They're only one of those.
Yeah,
two
yeah, I get
settings.
what you mean.
Yeah. Like obviously, the reason I'm doing my DR build is because I'm trying to prove that it's viable, which is not probably going to work out. But that's what my intention is, because no one else is trying it. So there has to be one idiot in the world who tries it out and sees if it can work out. But no, I agree with you. Like I think that it's really important for your gear to matter, and I feel like right now that your gear does not feel like it matters enough, especially when you have things like seasons, which are giving people new gear, and then they can get right out of it, and they can basically one combo the majority of people in the game.
I'm also confused as to like where this PvP gear is going to come into play. So if I'm in the open world and somebody flags up, am I supposed to like run away and swap to a different set of gear and then run back and fight them? Or is this supposed to be something that only affects arenas? And if that's the case, why would that even matter? Because the arena caps are so low that you can just do it with trial gear anyways. Like, I don't know. Did they give any like clarifying detail on this?
I mean, I think it's okay though. I think it's okay that the first season, they're doing it capped. But the way they said it is they seem like they're gonna like make adjustments as seasons go on. So, maybe eventually they come to it where they have a uncapped one. Like I think that should be the end goal for them, is to eventually have it where there's one where you're still gear capped at like 650 or something, and then one where it's like open. I think that's like the best way to go about it, because again, you spend so much time in this game to like invalidate gear. But I do understand there are people that want to get into the game and want to do some PvP, so like I think that satisfies everybody. But it's an MMO. I don't think people should be able to jump in and be able to just shit on people that have been playing forever, which is kind of what you can do in a sense nowadays, if you're not like an evasion C15 plus user.
I'm kind of surprised that they are passing by all the money that they could get from people wanting to enhance their gear to be more competitive in the arena. Because there's basically no incentive to progress your gear past 620 if you're just an arena player.
Yeah, I don't understand what their current monetization plan is. It seems like they just threw all of it out the window at this point, aside from costumes. Because like everything they're doing right now basically encourages people not to spend money. Because like when you play seasons, you get your gear and you're like, wow, pin's really hard and Tet's accessories really hard. I guess I'll quit until next season. So they make hardly no money there. Like, unless you have like a couple wells maybe who are just, crawling to pin every time. And then this PvP gear is doing the same thing in reverse for the PvP stuff. So I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I mean,
Well,
maybe it's. I guess just throwing spaghetti at the wall, right, to see what works, and then work it out from there.
Yeah, that's the thing, is a lot of this is so early, right? How much of this is still just even in the concept phase, and how much of this is actually going to make it into the game? There's no timeline for any of these things, right? There's no like ballpark release date for. Did they say that there's going to be arenas like with the next like season, or did they say anything like that?
I don't remember them giving a date for the seasons. I didn't, or at least I didn't write anything down. I don't remember a date. They gave dates for a lot of stuff, but nothing for the PvP stuff.
I think they're probably going to do the PvP stuff based on Lost Ark, because like Lost Ark is got raids and it has PvP. So I kind of only assume that that's their like goal park is like to be able to compete with that. So I kind of assume they're going to start a PvP season whenever it's around the time that Lost Ark is doing their stuff. And I'm wondering if that means they're going to do that instead of doing a regular season, because
like the way they explained it really weird, because they said both, right? They said there's a season starting, which is literally the generic like rinse and repeat season they've released in the past, that's starting on the 29th, right? With the new class. And then they said there would be a PvP season coming, which a lot of people is thinking like seasonal characters, like a season. But the way they explained it, it's not. It's more like a League of Legends season, like rankings on the instanced PvP leaderboard thing. So they didn't really do a good job of explaining that. So it has a lot of people confused with, like, from that perspective. Maybe they cleared it more up with their website post.
They are bringing back the summer season though, and they're bringing back Tuvala, and they basically said that like people thought that Tuvala was too hard, but they're not going to make it easier for now. And then they said something along the lines of, "We want to make it so that the stuff you do in season matters for your regular character, so you can tie a season character to a regular character and apparently like funnel XP to your main while playing your season character." Do you guys understand what that was about?
I think that was a good idea. So the way I understood that is they made it so, because currently if you make a season character, let's say you make the new class as your season character, well, it's a trap because you're stuck using Tuvala gear for 2 to 3 months until the season ends, right? Whereas the way I understand the current one is you can link your season character to a regular character and they'll level side by side. And that regular character can use the Tuvala gear at any time instead of having to wait for the season to end and it to become family gear. So that once you're pinned Tuvala, you can jump straight into the regular server instead of being trapped behind the graduation wall.
And because it's a regular character, you could put on regular gear. So you could have Tuvala gear automatically being upgraded on it, and then you just like, oh, I have my pink Kaposha, I can just use that now. So
yeah, so that was a good change because in the past, if you like made Nova as your season character and you finished your Tuvala, it's like, oh well, I can't put my actual gear on it for 2 or 3 months until the season ends. So I think that's that was a pretty good change, personally.
I'm not a big fan of it attaching EXP and stuff like that. I'm not really a big fan of that. I feel like that, I mean, that's just a 100% combat EXP boost permanently, and that means any EXP boost you use on your season character is double. So if you want to level a character to 62, you just go to Mirmok on seasons and then use a 530, and you're basically getting 2 530 scrolls at the same time then. Unless there's like a cap on it that we don't know about. So that's kind of broken.
But the level doesn't really, level don't really matter though. It's just like an EPing thing nowadays though, right?
But it's like all right, so for me and what I'm doing, right? Like I'm leveling character 62. So the most effective way for me to do that now is to make a season character and go use a 530 and 600 and get 1,000% bonus EXP on seasons. And then on my regular character, I'm also getting 1,000% bonus EXP. So I'm getting 2,000 bonus EXP at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the ship has kind of sailed on bonus XP, right? Like, is that something that's still a huge concern?
I guess I can see it from I guess I can see it from Potion's perspective, since he's like pushing all characters to like 62 and 63 eventually, right? I guess I can see that. So
well, yeah, but I mean that's just the game marching on. I mean, it was shitty for Big and Shiny when they nuked the XP values to get to 63 by like half back in the day after he grinded it out, right? But that's just something that you got to expect.
This is not just like it's not like when I bring these up, it's not my perspective. It's just like what I think for the game as a whole. It's never just from my perspective. Like, obviously, I have my personal experiences with it, but it's just my perspective as a whole for what's good for the game. Because, like, this type of thing, overall, like, you spend time in the game doing what? Leveling characters, getting skill points, and getting gear. So now you're going to spend less time getting gear, less time getting skill points, less time getting level. So then you're accelerating the game pace in the game until people just quit. And, like, when you go from going 1,000,000 miles an hour in seasons, and then you go and you hit, like, pin accessories and 63... and you hit like all these like super hard goals, like people just quit the game. They're like, it's just not fun anymore, right? It's like you got to ease people into that grind.
This isn't making you level faster though. This is making you level 2 characters at once. So if your goal was to level multiple characters, you're doing that more quickly. But I don't think most people are aiming to level multiple characters and that's their goal and they're going to quit once they finish that. I think most people are focused on other stuff.
Oh, sure. I think it's just like Moro said, the natural progression of the game, right? For example, like when I was crazy about hunting, right? It took me 700 hours before Manos came out to get Guru, and then they came out with Manos, and people can now get it in like 66 hours, 67 hours, without being cracked on mastery to get Guru. So I think it's one of those things where it's like it's just kind of part of the game, right? That EXP and stuff gets easier and easier with time.
Yeah.
Though it may screw over the people that came first. But
aren't you concerned that people are just going to quit the game faster, though? Like, isn't that like a big concern?
Dude, people are like crybabies. They're literally complaining that Tuvala was too hard to enhance and it was literally free. Like, these people don't even know what it's like to have to buy 2 million silver memory fragments to try to get Tet on your shit, dude. Like,
that's sort of like the entire point, though. Like, the developers are giving people what they want, which is the players think I want dopamine, and gear equals dopamine. But in reality, enjoyment comes from fulfillment, which comes from working hard. And so that's they're ruining their own gameplay loop in their game is how I feel. And it's like to what end also? Like what it's not like 62 even matters. Like why are making 62, 61, 60, like why are they making this easier to do these things? Like it's just shortchanging their player base.
Well, I think they want people to feel like they can get into the game and speed them up to the current version and speed them up to where people are now. I don't think their priority is retaining players who have been here for 5 years. Realistically, if you've been here for years and years, they probably have already gotten their money out of you. There's way more money in the new player market than there is in the try to retain somebody who's already been around for 3+ years market. I mean, that's just how it is.
Sure, but like, isn't a new player more likely to quit? Like, that's what my whole point is. Like, aren't they more likely to quit when they have less things to do?
I mean, BDO is really one of those games where like it either pulls you in or it doesn't. Like most players that are going to be long-term BDO players, in most cases, they're going to know within the first 10 hours.
I guess it's true.
It's just kind of the way it is, right? Like you're either addicted for life or it just doesn't click with you. And that's usually how it is for most players. So like I think that if you get to the point where you have full pin to Vala and you're doing stuff like that, I mean, you're kind of already on the hook, right? At that point. I could be wrong, but it just kind of seems that way.
Well, I mean, I feel like most people quit the seasons, like, and they just don't come back to the game. They're like, wow, they spent $400 and they just don't come back. But
I do know a lot of people who just played season, maxed out their Tuvala, and then quit. That is true. But I feel like BDO has always had a new player retention problem. I mean, the main quest has just got awful. People burn out doing that. Like the first 10 hours of BDO are really bad at gripping people. And I think what Seasons did is kind of extend that 10 hours to be like 50 or 100 hours. And then it's still the same burnout problem, but at least people are, staying in the game long enough to spend that cash. And at the end of the day, that's the goal, right?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of the way it is. I don't know. I'm not too sure like where they get the people that they listen to as well. And like, I don't know. It's so weird, dude. That they just want to, like, they keep saying that they want to work on the new player experience, but they've been saying that for 2 years. Like, do you think they've made progress? I mean, I feel like it's so like guided nowadays, right?
Enhancing blue accessories is garbage. You can't grind for your gear on regular servers anymore. Like, it's not effective at all. Like, they just did the main story quest. Like, I think the gearing experience is by far 10 times worse.
I think that's like Tuvala and to a even greater extent Narshalin really kind of skip a lot of the feeling of progression. I think Tuvala was a decent shot because Tuvala kind of just like sped up your progression to a certain degree.
Sure.
And I think that's fine. If you have a new player, you want them to feel that like initial ramping up of their character strength. And I think Tuvala does a decent job of that. It just transitions into the rest of the game very like jarringly. And then Narshalin, you just like kind of skip progress altogether, which I don't really think is addicting or fun. But I don't know. I haven't been a new player in this game for a long time, so I can't really say how it feels to start a new account right now. But I would imagine it's something along the lines of you have a ton of progression in the first couple weeks, and then you just hit a brick wall where your next upgrade is a tech crescent, and it's like, oh shit, okay, well that's that's a lot of 250 AP grind spot. That's a lot of Ackman to get a tech crescent. So I don't know how much people were losing at that point. I think the game is really underserving other parts like life skilling and, like introducing new players or streamlining the progression into something like bartering could be done a lot better. I mean, there's tons of areas of the game that are either just neglected or have a huge barrier to entry. And the game for new players is kind of just boiled down to like go kill stuff. So, I don't know. I mean, I think that's what they're almost like intentionally choosing to focus on, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty unfortunate that they're focusing on just combat because there's 3 parts of the game. There's life skilling, combat, and grinding. And the whole point of when you get tired of one, you're supposed to rotate to the other. And sometimes that happens naturally. Sometimes it doesn't. Someone comes and kills you in a grind spot. Sometimes it becomes a GVG, and sometimes it's forced on you. But sometimes you just want to choose and go to the red battlefield. And I feel like right now, like without that natural flow between one or the other, because right now there's a gear barrier for life skilling, and then there's a gear barrier for grinding, and there's a gear barrier for PvP, and because that doesn't really flow very well right now. I feel like people they're basically just forced to do the grinding until the point they're burnt out. Where normally you would get tired of grinding, you go like, I'm gonna go PvP for a while. Oh, I get tired of PvP, I'm gonna go try life skilling for a while. But I feel like right now people just basically grind and they're done. And I definitely think like that's I feel like it's unfortunate.
I don't know, dude. I like BDO because of the grind. I don't know. Maybe I'm just different, but I like BDO because the it's just the grind. Like, right, if I want to play another game where it's like, okay, I can get to the best gear, or what's perceived to be the best acquirable gear within the span of a month to 2 months, and I'll go hop up on another, like a theme park game, and I'll do that. And then after I'm done, I'll go play something else, or I'll come back to BDO. But I don't think BDO needs to like compete with these other games per se by trying to copy them. They just need to kind of stay in their own lane and just take the low hanging fruit. And like whether they like scare off new players because of the grind. I mean, that's kind of what the game is. It's a grind. Like you can't do stuff like raising pin percentages and stuff like that to make players easier to get into the game, because then there's no what in-game content is there? The in-game is built into the beginning. So it's like you're spending your time to get these pins. If they make it easier for everybody to get pin, what are you going to do with your pin gear? There's nothing to do to get, like, once you get that gear, right?
That's exactly what Tuval has done, right? It's basically made everything that is Tet armor and weapons and Tri accessories. They've increased the enhancement rates without technically increasing the enhancing rates of those items, for sure. And I definitely don't think it's catering to the audience or helping players get attracted to the game anyway.
I don't know. There were periods of time in older versions of BDO where I went months and months without killing a single mob. And I always thought that was BDO's greatest strength. I mean, the combat is amazing. And I think now in the current version, the combat is just literally just carrying the game. There's almost nothing else to do in BDO. But if the combat wasn't so good, it would quickly become glaringly obvious how neglected and how just in tatters the rest of the game is. Once upon a time, there was 12 different things that you could do in BDO that were just as interesting and rewarding as combat. And now there's none of those things. Like, they're all just in the background. Half the people who play the game probably don't even know that they're there or care about them or have a reason to care about them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of my problem. That's why I'm feeling burnt out. It's like, okay, the combat's good. Sure, I get it. But what about all this other stuff I used to enjoy in the game? It's all, I'm basically RPing now if I go and do that shit. None of it's rewarding. None of it's interesting. Like, all the puzzles have been solved. None of it's getting updated. There's no new things to figure out. All they really did with, Monos cooking and alchemy and all that stuff is just make the math harder. It's like, I don't know.
Dude, do you remember the days like before all the horse trading and like breeds and stuff was like figured out? So you'd like, okay, so I have to breed this and this to get the desirable trait for it to be pure white. So I don't want to breed this and this horse. But it's like, but wait, what's the percentage if I breed these horses? Or like, what kind of horse will I get if I breed like this red and black horse with this brown horse? Like those days before everything was figured out. But I don't think stuff like that can be like, I don't know if they could do that again, right?
They can, though, dude. It's actually very easy. They could. So here's the problem with horse training. They could have doubled down on the horse stats thing and made that its own entire part of the game, like bartering. You would have people who do nothing in the game at horse training if they just made that system more interesting. All they'd have to do is do it like other pet collection games, where you go out into the wild and you find different horses of different tiers with different stats, and then you figure out the best way. You could basically do it like chocobo racing from Final Fantasy VII, like a super crude example. Like, you find a tier of horse that's got the stats you want, you find another tier of horse that's got the stats you want and the colors you want, and you have an ongoing project of, I want this color horse with this set of stats, and I want to focus on having like, this much speed and this much turn, and I'm going to sacrifice this much break in order to get to this much speed, and I want to make sure that it's got this colors because this is what I think looks cool, or because whatever else. Like, there's a whole way that you could have designed that part of the game to be almost its own MMO. but instead they made horses' stats and colors not matter at all with the T9 system and just went completely 180 degrees in the opposite direction and just said, okay, everyone's going to have the same horse now. And the way you get that horse has basically nothing to do with catching horses. You have to go like, fish for, or you have to go like farm for stone-tail fodder. And that's how you're going to get the best horse. And everyone's horse is going to be the same. And it's like, that's not a hard problem to solve if you actually play the game and understand what's fun and think about it for more than 5 seconds.
Speaking of which, did you guys see where they said when they revealed what the T10 unicorn looks like? They literally put that they wanted to make the T10 skills not amazing, so players felt like they didn't have to get it. And that was just so mind blowing that you would literally put that you intentionally didn't want their skills to be amazing. They're like, that's so weird that you would like even admit to something like that. That was really weird.
Don't worry. It's
like,
only a
what?
3% chance every time you click it. On average, it's going to take you 3 years to make. Don't worry. And we intentionally made it not worth to get.
Yeah, like that was such a weird thing, dude.
Well, they're the ones who made it so that you have to do 2 years of daily quests to have a decent shot at getting a T10. So, of course, they don't want people to feel like they have to get it because most people will never get one because, like, it's literally mathematically impossible for 80+% of the player base. So, fuck it, dude. Like, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, what is fun about going for T10s? Like, it's basically you're playing a time-gated lottery. It has nothing to do with your performance in the game or your like any puzzles that you've solved. Like it's literally just a time gated fucking slot machine roll.
Yep. 100%.
Gated behind a tedious daily chore that nobody wants to do.
Like it was crazy that they literally came out and admitted that they purposely made the skills not cool or like amazing just so that people didn't feel like they had to get it. Like that was so weird, dude. So damn weird.
And it's just like that's like the whole thing that I see in like almost everything they're doing right now, right? Like they're like if you look at like Odalia, well, we don't want to make Odalia so good that it's worth doing. We don't want to make Odalia to hunting spots so good that they're worth doing. So they're garbage. Yes.
But then they come out with Hadoom, and it's literally the only place that's worth grinding and makes the rest of the game obsolete.
That's because the Hadoom guys are a genius. All right, they're not related to these other guys. They're on their own path, and they're just like, all right, do your own thing over there. We're not gonna watch. Because those guys have been on a warpath for like 2 years making this game better. I've been a huge fan of it. That's like a little sub community. I want them to come on stage and talk about Hadoom because they know what's up. They know what's up. They know 100%. Costume team, they're good. The class design team, they're insane. And the Hadoom team has been what they went in. They originally did all the mechanics of the grind spots. And then you could see like systematically, like, all right, we worked on this grind spot this week. We worked on this grind spot this week. And they were like the hunting guys, right? They had like the hunting team. They were like, they're doing like hunting tiles right now. They started off like that, just making like one mechanic at a grind spot at a time. And then they reworked Gython. And then they reworked Abandoned Monastery. Then they reworked Paddocks. Then they went on and reworked all of Hadoom. So like they just gotten better and better and better at what they're doing. Now they still got a long way to go, of course, but like compared to the rest of the BDO right now, those guys are on fire. Like I'm hyped for those guys coming out with Caltheon Hadoom. Like those guys know what's up for sure.
Caltheon Hadoom is going to be great. I can't wait to make 500 mil an hour. Yeah,
with a callus weapon.
I just.
Did you see that?
I hope it doesn't rain too much and lower my AP. I just, man, wouldn't it be cool if there was people working on literally any other part of the game besides grind spots and putting in that same amount of effort and enthusiasm into other parts of the game that used to be amazing.
Dude, they said what they said I guess we could segue to like the Hadoom shit and like the Calpheon Hadoom and the Blackstar raid. They said minimum AP requirement for Hadoom Calpheon 290 AP. So I'm guessing that's Nuver. And then they said for the top spot Hex Marie 340 AP.
Yeah,
340 AP.
340 AP for the top Hadoom Calpheon spot, Hex Marie. And, so I'm guessing that's Nuver because, yeah.
This is the regular. They're going to rate it the same way they did Hadoom, but they said the way they're going to do it is similar to Red Orcs, where you go to Red Orcs and you can grind Red Orcs with way lower gear than you really need to. And so they're going to have mechanics, and they said, what was it, weather and like different types of weapons will be good at different spots. So you might want to actually get like an old Tet or an old pin in order for that one grind spot. And if it's raining, then you're like, oh, it's even extra good while it's raining because all today it's raining because of whatever mechanic they add for weather. So I think that's
if I literally have to get a pin as well to avoid like the rain when I'm grinding in Galfian, I'm done.
Yeah, that one was kind of weird where they were like, you have to have this much AP, or like we're making it so that Callus and Aswell weapons and shit make it come back. Like that was really weird. I didn't really understand.
No, thank you.
I like the idea of it raining and then rain or like fog or sun or whatever the case may be, like changes the grind spot in some way, and then like based on the weather of the day in BDO, you can go different grind spots and they'll be better or worse. I think that's kind of like a fun way to let people kind of like try to figure out what's best. I think it's kind of neat.
Yo, is Moreland gonna be like a weatherman so we can know the forecast before we grind?
Holy shit, bro! You need weather scouts at each channel so you can figure out which weapon you need.
Any meteorologist in the chat, bro?
Has Aswell sold out yet?
I think overall though, I don't think it's a good idea for the weapons.
Wait, what about the duo Seleth market? Moreland, remember?
They mentioned
nothing's happened to that, right? They mentioned that they were trying to crack down on RMT, although they still seem to not know how it works. Did you guys remember what they said about RMT? I just saw like the
we're going to continue our best.
For that part. I didn't see the specifics.
We're going to continue our best to alleviate RMT and let you friends know who RMT, that one day that number will reach 0 RMTers.
The way I understand it, dude, is if Korea doesn't say shit about it, it don't exist.
True.
That's basically how it's come. Because like people been selling pin black stars and shit RMT forever, but now it's just became a problem. Like it's kind of like out of sight, out of mind, unless it's Korea uproaring about it in Calpheon or some shit, waving flags.
Yeah. Man, RMT like it was such a major. I would say right now is probably RMT probably has the least amount of impact that it's ever had in the history of the game, and now is when they chose to like the RMT selling of pin items. This probably has the least impact. Obviously, other forms of RMT like piloting and stuff have huge impact, but RMT market listings are probably the least relevant they've ever been in the history of the game. There's really it's maybe a pin black star or something that you could RMT. There's really not much left that you can actually RMT in terms of item listings. Like the accessory prices have all adjusted. Even Deboreka, for the most part, has multiple listings on it, so you can't really RMT. It's so weird. Like 2 years ago, it would have been nice if they cracked down on that.
I think the biggest thing nowadays is just the piloting thing, as we see, piloting is still a rampant thing. I think that's the biggest thing, more so than RMT. They gotta figure that shit out.
Those Russians just grind more than the rest of us. All right, that's all it is. They just grind more. That's why they have two of those rings already. What was another thing they talked about during the Heidel Ball? There's a lot of different things.
There's a bunch of other stuff. So, what's about they're doing a new Amity game? They're doing a card game.
Yar!
BDO TCG.
I'm pretty interested in that because I played so much Gwent on Witcher 3. If they do it good, it could be fun.
Yeah, they said
that's the thing, right? If they do it well, we were talking about this a couple podcasts ago.
We were.
TCG could be super good,
and it gives me incentive to get my energy up and get different knowledges and shit. The way I understand.
Yeah, there could be rare knowledge. Like, what if S rank on some asshole mob at crypt or something is super good. Yeah, it could be an interesting incentive to go out and get knowledge in trees that you wouldn't normally have. I hope so, man. I hope that they flesh it out to its full potential.
So chat kind of brings up a good point. If it does take off and it's really, really enjoyed by the player base, what's the
standalone?
Chance pull it out and make it a standalone? That's the real question.
Oh, dude, I can't wait for standalone Yar. That sounds so fun.
That's kind of crazy. That's kind of sad
Well-
that like that's even something you can joke about.
The
Someone asked them about Shadow Arena, right? And they said
Yep.
like, "Fuck off."
They said nope, never getting added back.
They said we don't currently have any plans to doing that. Please enjoy our Shadow Arena game. On Steam.
Please enjoy our Shadow. Please enjoy the current game that has 28 people playing it.
Please, someone look on the Steam charts and see how many active players Shadow Arena has in a single day, like their peak. It's got to be like 20 or 30 players at best. It's so sad that they just ruined that, man. That was like my favorite part of the game.
Give me a second.
Yeah, it's literally 28 players, 25
20
players, 31,
25 players.
19. Yeah, depending on what time of day, about 10 to 30 people.
That's so sad, bro.
I'm pretty sure that those 20 to 30 are actually just bots that just fill the games. I think that's what those are. Actually, I don't think they're real players.
They have bots that fill the games because that's the only way you can get a match to start is by AI.
Yeah, they added bots.
Yeah, so they actually have bots. I think there's just 20 or 30 people who are hoping that the game goes somewhere someday.
Last I played, I played like 5 matches in a row, and I may had 3 other players combined in those games. The rest of it was just bots. It was so weird.
Yeah. Shadow Arena. Please enjoy our okay. Well, who knows? Maybe they'll turn it around.
What was the other thing? There was something else they said. Oh yeah, they're never adding weapon reroll coupons back to the Pearl Shop. They just offhandedly mentioned that.
Well, why would they? That's one of the only cash up items they've ever had that actually made sense. So.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a lot of things in that questionnaire. I guess wish I hadn't watched the questionnaire. This was said watch the roadmap, got it cited, and never watched the questionnaire. Because that questionnaire, there's so many bad answers in there.
Did they give any more preview of T10 Pegasus?
They give a picture of Tier 10 Pegasus, or I mean
Unicorn.
Unicorn.
Sorry,
they showed a picture.
Unicorn.
It looks sick, dude. It's like pure white, and it has like flowing water. Sort of had like Doom has flames, but it's like flowing water around it. It looked pretty cool.
Really surprised they didn't release this with the whole waves of season or whatever. I figured that would be
water
like
horse.
Yeah,
water class.
they said September 2nd was when it's going to be added to. So I don't know if they meant September 2nd Global Lab or September 2nd Korea, because some of the dates they said were live and some of them they didn't specify if they would be live servers or not. But September 2nd was the date they gave for the T10 Unicorn Unicorn.
Let's see.
So I just lost my train of thought.
I'm wondering how
trade rework.
They said the Tier 10. Oh, bro, it's good and bad. Well, I mean, I guess mostly good, but just taking forever. I don't know.
So they had some pretty cool tidbits. They put like Calpheon. There's the Xi'an Trading Guild in Calpheon, and then there's a trading guild in Valencia, and you have to choose one of them to be in. And you earn like notoriety or whatever in the trade guild, and you can rise and one player will be the leader of the trade guild. They didn't say for how long or how to become the leader. So that was pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I thought that was awesome.
It depends, right? It depends on what the system is to become the leader. Like, if it's actually interesting, if it's just literally who does it the most or something like that, if it's like classic WoW rank 14 grinding, then, no thank you. But if there's actually an interesting competitive mechanic to it, then yeah, we need more like non-combat competition in BDO. We need more icons to fight over. We need more leaderboards and unique titles and that kind of stuff. So if they do it right, that's the caveat with all this shit, right? It's like, if they don't fuck it up, it sounds awesome.
Yep.
They said some. Oh, go ahead, Portia.
This is like one of the things I'm actually like. I don't know if I would participate in it, but I'm actually really excited for it to get added to BDO because it's one of those things that like fundamentally BDO is needed for a long time. There's like some actual like fresh air, so to speak, in like the life skilling, and I feel like this is actually a good version of that where Manos didn't really add any content other than this more grind, and I feel like this actually adds a breath of fresh air to the game.
Yeah, they said some pretty cool stuff, like being able to link like camels together and make camel caravans for desert trading and things. They showed like images, so that was like that sounded pretty cool. They showed like
Camel caravans.
They had,
yeah, it was like
yeah.
there's like 10 camels linked together, like all holding goods. It was pretty cool.
So how many griefer Hashishins are going to just be like 30 seconds outside of the safe zone waiting for you to drive your slow ass camels over there so they can gank you and destroy all your trade loot?
Fucking zooming around.
Hey, what's going on? What you got there? Gotcha.
Okay, so besides linking your camels together, do we know anything else about it?
So they said that what else did they say? So they said a really weird tidbit where they were talking about the value of like trade goods are now going to be not so much based on on margins, it's going to be based on the value of the materials. And that was really weird. It didn't make a lot of sense. A lot of sense. I don't know if they were talking about like crates going to be more worth based on the value of their materials. It's kind of weird.
So I think what they're doing is they're doing something where it's kind of almost like what does Valencia need? Valencia needs grain because they can't grow grain. And it's like, okay, well we'll trade grain to Valencia then. And so like I think that's the type of thing they're going for. Oh, what does other places need? They need nutmeg. Oh, that comes from Valencia. And I don't know if that's going to be player crafted or not, but that seems like the core aspect of what they're trying to do. And then they just base the prices of those based on the marketplace, which I think is really neat.
Yeah.
Which is also makes it dynamic too, where that means like if something goes up or down.
So are they nerfing like people with super high trade levels then?
I'm not sure. That was the weird thing. I didn't really understand a whole lot. They were really vague with that part. Then they said, they wanted it to be like bartering where you can upgrade wagons, sort of akin to like where you could upgrade boats. And I can't really think of anything else.
They wanted to make it wagons where you can upgrade them to be permanent, where they just never downgrade, right?
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool.
And then they said, look for last week of September is for the release date. They said last week of September.
Seems like September's gonna be pretty good.
I don't know why they did bartering separately to begin with. I thought the whole point of making bartering its own separate skill was that they wanted people who already had super high level trading to not get an advantage. But if they're just nerfing margin trading anyways, like it seems like that's like all those people that had high trade skill are not going to get an advantage for the trade rework either, right?
It depends. They didn't really say any like what they're going to make trading give you. They didn't say anything about that. So like they didn't exactly say anything about removing your percent gain that you get for trading levels, They were just talking about like basing margins off the value of materials, which didn't really make a whole lot of sense, right? I guess they can make it like, I know on mobile you have it where like as you do it, you unlock more trade routes. So I could see it where they tie your level to different trade routes, I guess, that you unlock, something like that. But yeah, they didn't really go into a whole like slew of detail on that front.
They didn't mention mastery at all either, did they?
Yeah, they didn't mention adding a trading mastery either.
Oof.
It'd be interesting.
No trading mastery, no fish farms.
I mean, I'm overall like pretty optimistic about the trading stuff. It seems like that's something they really care about. Along when they mentioned the trading thing in the Q&A, they also mentioned that they had a lot of feedback from hunting, alchemy, and some other life skill that they wanted to rework, but they decided not to do it this year, and then they regret not making that decision to invest into reworking those life skills because it's kind of too late to start that process again and release this year, right? So they have to start it basically now, and then it could come out maybe next year or something. So I thought that was pretty interesting that they were considering looking into fixing hunting and alchemy. And man, what was the third one? Let me look at. I wrote it down.
Fishing.
Did they specifically mention hunting and fishing?
Yeah. Apparently, they said that it like verbatim that they don't know how to make fishing not boring, which is one of the reasons why fishing hasn't received a rework.
Yeah, they said hunting, alchemy, trading, and training. And of those, they decided to do trading, and they regret not choosing the other three also.
They don't know how to make fishing fun? Have they never played another video game in their life, dude? how many iterations of fishing are there out there that they could take inspiration from?
There's literally hundreds, for easily hundreds. And it's not like fishing has to
Wow.
be like a very engaging activity, because a lot of people just want to relax and it's like,
Dude, I fished in
casually.
Ocarina of Time like 25 years ago, and it was fun. Like, what do you mean you don't know how to make it fun?
Yep.
Dude, fishing in Arcade still hands down best fishing out of any MMO. Like it's so good. They just need to rip that shit off.
I'm just surprised that they don't just like really really simply just like triple the price of fish, and then make it where mastery makes it where you can sell fish to the imperial vendor for a higher price, and then rework it in 2 years from now, right? Like rework it in 2 years. Like that's all they need to do for today, because it needs to be at least, I don't know, it needs to be at least around 100 mil to like 200 mil or something. That way it's like, at least somewhat in the ballpark,
Yeah, or just buff hotspot fishing and make it like a lottery thing where you're going around looking for different fishing hotspots, and some fishing hotspots are crazy good.
Yeah.
And you get like 500 mil for draining one of them. Kind of like how coelacanth fishing used to be, where you go around, you'd fish up a bunch of yellows, and then you get coelacanths, and you're like, oh shit, we hit the lottery, we hit the jackpot. Like, just make it a jackpot system. Add rare fish that unlock like titles and shit, or give you bonuses, or rank
If
you up.
only.
Like, what the fuck, bro? I could come up with 100 ideas in 5 minutes that would make fishing fun.
If only,
So
dude.
many other games have done this.
Well, and the thing is, though, it's like, it's not, I don't think it's not necessarily the like just the idea. It's like, even if they come up with an idea that's actually good today, it'll still, they're going to be they're going to do it just like they did trading. They're like, oh well, we need to prototype, and then we need to investigate, and we release it on, it's like, then like that's 2 years later, right? They talked about trading in Heidel Ball 2020, like, so it's been a year, and it's still going to be like a year and like 3 months till it comes out. So even if they figured it out today, it's still gonna be a year until it's even like out. So I would like something at least that I can play a little bit today, right, or soon, right, next month or two, and then go back and rework it. Like they can think of something for sure. Like there's no doubt that they have some guy in the studio that can think of an idea. I believe in them. They're not dumb. I hope they're not that dumb.
They just keep saying they don't know how to make things fun. That's such a fascinating thing for a game dev to admit every time they have an event. Like, they said the same thing at the Calphian Ball too in December. They were like, yeah, we just don't know how to make our game fun, you guys. And we don't know how to make fishing fun. We don't know how to make grinding fun. Like, I don't know, dude.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully they've kind of figured out grinding with the whole mechanics and everything, right? That's, at least they kind of somewhat started figuring that out. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, the fishing thing, I don't think it has to be like crazy engaging, because a lot of people just want it to be relaxing. Like, they want to lean back, they want to sit in their chair, like play some really basic mini game, and like just enjoy like sailing around on the ocean, because just being immersed in the game is enough.
I mean, it doesn't even have to be crazy good. Literally 2.5 years ago, I would boot up my stream and I'd be like, yo, Nabron, you want to go fishing? Nabron would get up he would get his inferior frigate out, and then we'd be like, yo, anybody from the stream want to come hotspot fishing with us? 10 of us would pile on Nabron's boat, and we'd go out fishing to make money.
Yep.
Like, I don't, like, it doesn't have to be crazy good. You don't have to completely rework the system. Just change the fish. Just add fish, add a decent bit of value.
Yep.
Like, that's easy. That's not even like we're talking about a complete rework of the system. That can happen down the line, but like, it was really fun, even though at the time it was only like, I don't know, 60, 70 mil an hour, which was, kind of decent then. But it was like just the fact of getting together with the boys and going and making some silver, Like,
yeah, if it was just remotely rewarding, people would do it like they did back in the day, right? I mean, back in the day, fishing was a decent alternative to other activities in the game, and everybody fished back then, man. Like, literally everybody at some point would get like tired of grinding and would go literally would go fish and just unwind and like experience the game and be immersed and like play the MMO. Like, it's not a hard problem to solve. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Like, they also have all these unused systems for fishing that are actually already in the game, like catching large fish. Like, you guys, if you look at like your Medaya or your Calphian rod, there's different classifications of like rare fish and large fish and things like that. They have all these other systems that are basically just dormant that they could flip a switch and activate, and it could be like, oh, if you catch a fish and it weighs over a certain amount, then it's worth more silver. Like there's all sorts of ways they can make it fun and jackpotty, and like, you know, the fishing Discord would figure out that like, oh, if you want to catch this type of fish, you can find it in this ocean, and then people, you know, there'd be a discovery aspect to it as well, and a community aspect to it, and like none of it is hard. Like really, honestly, none of it is hard.
Yeah, I really like. I feel like the first step is just make it a little viable, and then like from there, like just implement little small ideas. And I feel like going back to like the Hadoom team, like they're doing a good job. Custom team's doing a good job, and it's our team. Like make another team that's just like a life skill team, like a life skill or like and their job is just to go through and it's like we'll do little tweaks. It's like you know what? We're going to treat the price of fish this week, and now we're going to make a jackpot fish, and now we're going to make your actual quantity of fish in the area, resources of fish actually matter a little bit more. And this week we're going to buff freshwater fishing because no one's doing it, and we're going to add hotspots to it. And it's like this like little small changes like that where you had one team that was just constantly because this requires one guy in the company thinking like, all right, this is my job, how can I make this better, and working on it to be an expert on what to do. Because like there's no way JSOC or like Jae-hee Kim can like keep all this in their head and be like, okay, I know everything in BDO and I know exactly the perfect thing for it and I know exactly what the problem is. It's just BDO's too big. You need some other guy in the game who's like tracking other smaller parts of the game for you. And they're doing that for Hadoom, and they're doing it for costumes, and they're doing that for classes, and it's turned out great. So this needs something. They need another small organization team for like life skilling in general.
Shout out to JSOC.
Yeah, JSOC working hard. He is.
I just think it's kind of crazy. I think it kind of goes back to that old saying where it's like can't see the forest because they're looking at the trees, some shit like that. But it kind of it like makes sense, honestly.
Yep.
I think none of them just play the game. I don't think any of them enjoy the game. I don't think any of them have like much of a passion for the game or a basic understanding of what would make the game fun.
They don't have a vision.
I also think it's kind of giving them too much credit to say that, oh, just make a team for this. I mean, they're a multi-billion-dollar company with a B. Like, if they don't have a team that's specifically working on different aspects of the game, then that's kind of like a completely different problem, right?
Well, it could be that they don't have a good team because they have a team working on hunting monsters, and that's been wonderful.
Fair enough.
So maybe
you got me there, dude.
Maybe they just
hit me in the heart.
Maybe they just need a better person in charge of that team, and maybe they hire that guy. I don't know what the answer is. I'm not a game developer, but I do know that it needs some work, and I know that there are some examples of teams doing really good jobs inside the BDO dev team. So, like, we just need one of those for life skilling.
Yeah, I will say though, overall for this Heidel ball, that if their goal was to kind of try to dangle the carrot and kind of reinvigorate a little bit, they did do a decent job. It's more so, but it's always like that. It's more so like figuring out and digging through what will actually make it into the game. Because I guarantee you there'll probably be two things from their roadmap that actually makes it. You just got to figure out what those two things are.
The thing that
I'm not very like. Not every time there was a carrot in this, there was some follow-up that kind of killed the buzz for me. Like ranked arenas.
True.
Oh my God, we've been asking for these for years. Oh, but they're capped at 620. Really? 620? Okay. Well, I guess I still don't care about my gear then. So, back to AFK horse training. And then like they're getting rid of Thornwood, they're replacing it with this new mode, but we don't have any information about it. Am I really going to be excited about that when Thornwood was just 2 years of no updates and they could never figure that out? Like, how do we know this new version isn't going to be the same? Like I don't know, there's all these tidbits just come with like these caveats where I'm like, okay, I guess maybe.
No, even with the T10, they're like, yo, here's the T10 unicorn.
Whoa!
It can walk on water for short duration of time. We know this is lackluster, but we didn't want you to think that you had to get it. It's like, why would you even say that? Just say, yo, this awesome ass horse can fucking walk on water, dude. Remember the days you got camped at Pirates and spawned to a different island? Well, now you can pull your horse and walk across the water. Like, I don't know, dude. You don't have to tell us that you intentionally made it mediocre. so people didn't feel like they had to get it. Like I feel like that's kind of dumb. I don't know.
Yeah,
They always
Calfin
added extra
Hadoom,
shit.
new Hadoom grind spot, but you need 340 AP and Aswell weapons.
Yeah, it's like
I have
like,
faith in my
okay.
Hadoom team. All right, I have faith in them. They did an okay job with Hadoom. They released
I feel like
Drigan, and it was
everything they said they should have cut off the last sentence, and it would have been 10 times better. Just
Yeah.
go through the entire presentation and delete the last slide, and it will be so much better
it's actually
every
true.
time. Because
It's
they
actually
always
true.
add these caveats of like vagueness and like tidbits to the end.
Yep, it's like we're gonna do
okay,
this.
so
but...
how about here's another thing. So they talk about new RBF maps, which is also something we desperately need. One of them sounded like it was pretty much the same as the current RBF, just on a different map. One of them sounded like it might have new mechanics, but they didn't mention anything about them. Do you guys know any more information?
So from the way they explained in the picture they showed us, it looked like the new RBF map takes place at that little bridge, you know, the bridge where the three rivers meet south of Baragi. If you look at the map,
The Bottleneck Bridge that everybody died on.
Yeah, south of bridge or south of Baragi, right, where the three rivers meet. That bridge right there seems to be where they're basing it for the first map, and then the second map is supposed to be in Valencia City, so like urban warfare, which is kind of interesting.
I think the idea of the the bridge one is really cool because it's like you basically have everybody run in and you get bottlenecked in there and then you die. It sounds really fun to go and die in a big bottleneck and make range costs really OP right there, and big AoE costs really OP. And then the other one is they're turning off the ghillie for the royal fight one, so you can't have a ghillie in there.
That was pretty cool part where they were like, we've made it so that in certain RBF, well, they said that we made it so in RBF you can't use ghillie, and then they backtracked on the last slide and said there will be, or the players will have an option to enable this. So like it was like, do they mean like there's a specific RBF queue for no ghillie, or if there is a ghillie? Like, that was so weird.
I kind of like that because people who use ghillie and RBF are very cringe. And rather than them taking out ghillie and RBF completely, making a separate game mode that you have to queue into if you want to use your ghillie, I think is actually a hilarious response. I think that is a hilarious and appropriate response to the problem. I'm with them on that one 100%. I'm glad, dude, honestly, it's kind of takes balls for them to take ghillie out of RBF. You know, they charge people real life. They charge people real life money to be able to do that fucking cheese all these years. And I'm sure there's lots of people who are going to be like, man, I want my $30 back. And so, yeah, giving them their own mode where they can just play against other people with ghillies, that's fucking hilarious. Get fucked, idiots.
Yeah, I think
said it better than I ever could.
The really big thing that I'm concerned with this is like the current issue is that everybody just chooses one RBF and then they never choose the other one. So the end result,
clearly the ghillie RBF is going to be a ghost town. Like everyone knows, no one's going to actually go there. So I mean, I think that's why it's so funny. And if you do go there, it's all a bunch of other people in ghillies.
Well, and I guess what I'm saying is though is like that means only there's with the way they have it set up, only one RBF will ever be popular. So either one of these new RBFs will replace the current RBF map, and everybody will just do that one every single time, or it will be, or it'll just be the current one all over again, and these new ones never get played. Because
I mean, that's how it was.
If they're good, it depends on if they're good, right? Like if you look at other games that have multiple battlegrounds, you know, there's a capture the flag mode, there's a domination mode. Like you could definitely have different modes that people will play if they are good. The problem is, can PA make a battleground that is even remotely 20% as good as the battlegrounds in other MMOs? That is the big question here. And so, you know, again, like we wait and see, but I'm not exactly holding my breath based on their track record.
All I'm saying is, like, if you look at Garmoth, right? People played it for like the first like couple days, and then they just went back to the other one because they can't get enough people to do the other one, right?
I mean, to be fair, the Garmoth one is dog shit, bro. It's literally just like they pulled the Garmoth's nest and put it there. It's like, oh, there's no walls to hide behind.
Yeah, why do you think they're going to do with Valencia City? They're going to do the exact same thing with Valencia City and the exact same thing with Eastern Boardway or whatever it is. It's gonna be the exact same thing.
They at least like painted it differently because they said about those new RBF maps. They said that so in those maps specifically, there will be kill streaks. So depending on your points, you can use your points to like buff your allies and cause different shit to happen. Some commander thing. They also said that in the Valencia City one, conquest rules would apply. I don't know what the fuck they meant by that, but apparently conquest rules will apply.
Oh, extra 1,000 HP.
I saw some mention of that. That's okay.
So it's kind of like it's gonna be a little different. Obviously, it's gonna be the same RBF bloodbath where like classes like suck ranger and
so when I see
shit, but
when I see the Valencia City announcement and the subtitle is more details coming later, what that sounds the way I translate that is Jaehee Kim told us to make a new battleground, and we have no idea what the fuck to do. So again, like once I hear some details, once I can actually see a preview of it, then I'll start to get hyped. But until then, like, okay, we saw what happened last time they added an RBF. They somehow managed to make another RBF that was worse than the RBF, which already was the worst PvP mode that I've ever seen in an MMO. They somehow managed to make a worse one than that. So
the Garmoth's nest was so weird, bro. Like I don't know why they added that. It's just kind of cool, I guess, that they added something, but it was just really weird. I don't know. They were like, "Oh, Garmoth is gonna come through and breathe fire every now and then." Like, okay,
yeah,
there's no walls to hide behind. It's just like
they don't even get a participation trophy for that one. It was so. I can't. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna start ranting.
I hope you guys are right.
Think what else?
I hope you guys are right about this for the people actually doing it if it's good. I feel like there's not enough people doing the Red Battlefield. I think the population is the problem. But maybe if it's actually good, then maybe the population will increase, and then that won't be an issue.
Population's not an issue. There's probably more people playing this game than there ever has been. The issue is that the game mode is fucking awful, and that nobody at the company tries to make it better.
Yeah. It's more so that people just don't want to funnel in and just get AoE farmed by suck rangers and fucking mages for 30 minutes. Like, I don't think it's a problem with the game mode, or I don't think it's a problem with the player base, because there's more players playing the game right now than ever. It's just more so that the game mode itself just needs some work, right?
No, that seems fair.
What's this shit about horses leveling to 100 instead of 30?
Oh, they just want to make it where they don't die at grind spots anymore. So you can't get additional stats on them, but they level like players. So you can continue leveling them by just AFK riding them. And then that way, when they level up, they'll take less damage from mobs. I don't really know the exact mechanic of it. That's how it's going to
work. So strange, man. I'm just continuously confused.
Instead of actually making the horse gear better or fixing it,
or interesting, or like having to do with not getting hit by mob. Like, who cares if your horse can take a mob hit? That's not what people use horses for. Okay, well, anyways, what about Node War rework? They say anything more about that?
I'm really surprised they weren't apologetic about this, because they've debated us over and over and over and over and over again about this, and it's still in the works. And that's just fine, I guess. But yeah, I guess like the thing is they're still working on it. They didn't really mention a whole lot on it, did they?
No, I didn't really hear anything unless I missed it in the Q&A portion. I don't remember anything about Node War, except for the fact of the RBF having some of the Node War rules, the conquest rules.
I think they're just waiting to release it. I think it's just they're saving the content, waiting to release it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, any day now.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, dude.
The new sheriff system, we get any update on that? It sounds like they really kind of don't want any open world PvP anymore.
Oh yeah,
what's the deal with
the Korean player base was complaining about too much open world PvP, and so they're punishing all our servers by introducing the share system as a way to again prevent even more PvP. So that's nice. Nice to listen to the
That's
rest of the
so
world.
sad, dude. Oh, goddamn, bro.
It
I don't get how they can hate PvP and
it's
go
literally
play like Ion Unchained or some shit, bro.
It was
like,
so crazy.
Why are you
looking
playing
at
BDO?
It was like 53%. It was like 53%, and all our regions were like 2, 3, 7, 5, 3. Like all of our regions just don't want. They want more PvP, right? They want more PvP. They want to make it interesting and dynamic. But Korea is like 53%. No PvP. No PvP. We want open world. I'm tired of dying at my grind spot. Make it more punishing, and like. That was, and they said, well, we understand this is a really big deal, and we're going to release a sheriff system, and that should make it more punishing, and people won't want to flag up as much. I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but
I mean, it's kind of one of those things where it's like we harp on them for not improving the game and making shit takes, but it honestly just sounds like the Korean player base is just full of fucking idiots. Excuse my French. Like. That's crazy.
It's because like right now they killed their game in Korea, right? Like it's been out longer, so they've had to deal with this bullshit for longer. So like the amount of players who are there, like all the people who have 2 cents are playing another game, like they're playing Lost Ark, they're playing something else, right? They're not playing BDO.
Dude, I don't even think I argued that most of the old people that played Korea when it first came out don't even play that shit no more. I think it's just like a new player thing. Because we've had the same like wave of people we've had the same wave in BDO recently of people like hating PvP. Maybe it's just way the times is going or something. I don't know. It's really weird though that you would like hate PvP in BDO because that's the only thing the game has going for it, which is really weird.
Again, I think it's a self-fulfilling situation. I don't know almost anyone that I PvP'd with back in 2017, 2018 who still plays this game. And maybe 1% of those people. Like if I think of like the old Barcode crew, or like even the old Vertex crew, out of 100 people, there's still like 10 to 15 who are scattered out throughout other guilds. And there's a bunch of other guilds that had even less that have died out completely that, I would be surprised if even 5 or 10 of them were still playing the game. It is a completely new group of people playing now. And the thing that always confuses me about open world PvP is that people don't seem to realize that if you turn off open world PvP, you just get a different kind of PvP where instead of fighting the player, you're like directly, you're fighting them indirectly via griefing their mobs, and which is way more toxic and way more of a waste of time and way more punishing. So like, I don't understand why people are so against having open world PvP be a thing that you can use to solve conflict when the alternative is literally just griefing.
Dude, no wonder Maple Story has been a top 5 game there forever because there's no PvP. It actually makes it makes true. It makes sense. Like maybe they just don't want PvP overall. I don't fucking know. It's so weird though that like 53% of the Korean player base dislike PvP. That's crazy.
You have to understand the percentage. You have to understand what the percentage means. So it's the entire they basically broke it down like, all right, we got 10,000 complaints. Of those 10,000, 53% of them were Korean, and then that's how they broke down. I think if you add them all up, it roughly is 100%. So of the complaints they got about PvP, 53% of those are Korean. So we don't know if that's...
is that how they were doing it?
We don't know if that's 100 or 10,000
Koreans.
Oh, okay. So that's how they're... Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's correct because I was trying to figure it out because like some things just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all, right? How the numbers line up. That's the only way I could rationalize it.
Where's the list of feedback from different regions? Is that posted anywhere?
No, I don't think so. It's just internally they just put a number up because they basically had a question, right? And it said the question to the developers is
Heidel Ball, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. In Heidel Ball, they basically said this. Yeah, the question's in Korean, right? And it said of the people who generally asked this question, right? This is the percentage per region. So it's kind of a weird way of breaking it down because they don't tell you the real numbers.
Interesting.
It could have been they had like 10 questions. You know?
No, that just boggles my mind, bro.
Yeah, that's my
I guess moving on to something that's like a completely different thing. Are we kind of touched on it, but the free pin accessory, like what do you guys think about the quest you can do? It takes 3 to 6 months to get a free pin accessory. Costs a total of 10 bill.
honestly, the harder you play in this game, the more they fuck you. So I'm just about ready to quit.
I feel like it was only a matter of time. I mean, with
Yeah, I think it's okay.
looking
I
at
guess.
Tuvala and looking at Narshalin, it's really only a matter of time before pin accessories start to become free. It's the same problem that we had during the first try accessory event. I mean, back then, a lot of people, I still didn't have full try accessories. That event allowed me to get my well, maybe I did have full try. I think that event allowed me to get like my tet streak after that. But try was still a pretty big deal, even if a lot of people did have tet accessories when they did that. And so, I mean, I feel like it's the same thing. 3 to 6 months from now, is a pen crescent really gonna even be that big of a deal? I feel like most people who start the game and get their Narshalin gear and go grinds, like a Pen Crescent isn't that crazy anymore. A Pen Tungrat or a Pen Disto is still pretty good, but a Pen Crescent's just
I think it's
the game's
okay.
just marching forward.
I think it's okay because it's one of those things where they did keep it to the select, like the entry accessories, where it's like Pin Narc is good, but it's one of those things where Pin Narc doesn't become good until like you're at the point where you can make like build around it. I'd still want Disco in most cases, unless I'm deep in game. Then I could be like, okay, Narcs. The Pin Tungrat earring is good. It's a nice item. It's one less AP than Tet Disto, but no DP loss. It can have a niche place in builds. And the Pin Crescent is still really good, but there are better. So I think it's okay, I guess, right?
I guess like taking like a larger scope picture on this, like I think the idea of helping people get to the pin accessory slightly easier than it used to be is a good overall idea. I think the way they did it is probably the worst possible way they could have done it. Like they could have like quadrupled the drop rate of crest rings at crescents, right? So that way the price drops and they're cheaper to enhance, and they could make it where this easier to get, bigger fail stacks for pin accessories. Like there's a variety of different ways they could have tackled that same issue. Without actually making it a daily quest that's both boring for the player base and really frustrating for the veteran players.
Daily. It's 6 months of dailies?
Yep.
Or 3 months? How many months?
That's why I say if someone can slug through that shit to do dailies and then they pay up 10 bill and then again 6 months is a very long
I'd rather
time
just pay 40 bill. I'm not going to do that for 10. That's not enough savings.
Yeah, you just grab the quest, you get some Oasis gear, and then you go kill it. And I think it's family bound, so you just have one character set up at the quest giver and one character set up at the grind spot, and then you swap back to your main character. And it's your daily routine now. You're going to be doing that for the next 6 months.
Dailies, dude. Fucking dailies. Okay.
I'm telling you, every time they say something, it's like
absolute state of innovation. Let's add more dailies to the game. More unfun, tedious dailies.
Bro, I gotta be real honest. I am really looking for a second game to start streaming. Like,
I am too. I've been saying that during my non-video streams.
Just play Lost Ark, but make sure you get your pilot to stop grinding while you're streaming a Lost Ark, though, because then you could run into some issues if people see your character grinding.
Ooh, I heard about that.
But Lost Ark should be a pretty good secondary game, honestly.
Where can I find more information on said incident?
Anybody got the link? I know there's a lot of people that got the link in somebody's chat. Anybody got the link? I'll send it. I'll put it in the Discord for you, Potion.
Hey, that's really talented there. Yeah. How many mouses you got? How many fingers you got there? Woo! I got this dual streamer setup, but I don't think I've been able to do that yet.
I put it in general chat. It's kind of hilarious, dude.
Man, isn't it crazy how we continuously find out that almost everyone over a certain gear score is piloting? Like almost all of it, dude.
Piloting or went crazy deep spending money on Sea Monster payouts week over week back when that was a thing. True.
Man. Okay.
And most of them are from NA, sadly, which is fucking weird, dude. Maybe that's just, I don't know.
I mean, EU can't afford it.
Listen, I'm telling you, if this one has better than me, it's suspicious. All right.
Yeah.
They're going to shit out of this game.
I don't know, dude. EU ain't got to pay out the ass for healthcare. You'd think they could afford it, but
You think so?
Maybe NA would just YOLO. But yeah, that's sad, dude. That was one that I didn't want to believe because I thought they just like grind it all the time, which they do grind a lot. But like, fuck, dude. That's like, you can't even deny that. They even pulled up the clock. Like the person that made the streamable was smart enough to even like pull up the time through Google to show that it wasn't like doctored or anything. That's crazy, dude.
kind of obvious, to be honest. Like kind of begging to get caught.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Do you think it'll happen to this video partner?
Dude, have you seen all the like testimonials and shit that Big and Shiny will drop every now and then in the partner Discord of people like piloting and shit? Nothing even happens. Like I think that Evenson dude still be playing. I don't.
No, I actually think Evenson did catch a 2-day or a 3-day ban because there was some sleuthing that went into it, but he like took a vacation at a very convenient time when those bans were going out. I think he might have actually caught some punishment and just did a good job of hiding it.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Maybe it's not a pilot. Maybe it's her, friend.
So for anyone that doesn't know, I see a lot of people ask me what's piloting. Piloting is basically when you pay someone from another country, usually in like I don't know, they call it Pinoying back in the day, but apparently that's like offensive now, so people say piloting.
It's a little
racist.
That's what they call themselves there. That's what it's from the Philippines. That's how they call themselves. It's not.
Yeah, and other populations use words to describe themselves too, Potion, but that doesn't mean we all use those words.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah.
That's so basically you end up paying people like $3 an hour to grind on your account because of exchange rates. It makes it so like very profitable for them to do it as a full-time job in their currency. So yeah, and they gave piloting has been like the recent name for it, which is weird because that sounds cool as fuck, but I don't know why it's like I don't know why it became piloting, but piloting is the one. Yeah.
Paying someone else to play your account for you. And honestly, that's been kind of the main way to get ahead since more explicit RMT. Like the way that you got ahead used to be you would pay a speed hacker to make a pin disto and then list it for you, like at a certain, at like 3 a.m. when no one else is paying attention, and then you would snipe it off the market. But now with the CM changes and stuff like that, it's really just like paying someone to play your account and put in that like raw time, those raw hours to get your wealth up. That's kind of the chief way of RMTing or wealth transferring now. So if you want to get ahead and you don't want to do it honestly, then that's the strat.
Unfortunately.
I mean, we had Estimate had spent like over 100K on the Pearl Shop, and he actually got banned for piloting. So someone who literally spends 6 figures on the in-game cash shop still has enough incentive to pay a third party to grind on their account when they're asleep. That's apparently worth the risk of getting their account banned. So just think about that.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy that like people are so confident in doing it because they don't crack down on it. That it's just like, oh, okay, whatever, we do it, dude. And even literally, if you stay in the BDO Discord, like the official Pearl Abyss Discord, long enough, they'll literally DM you and be like, "Good day, sir. How are you, sir?" I'm like, "Yo, what's up, man? This dude's nice. Yo, do you need any grind services?" It's like, bro, wait, what? I thought you were just trying to strike up a conversation and be nice, but literally. They'll hit you with the what ups. Hey, good day, sir. How you doing, sir? It's like, damn, dude.
Man, the level of audacity. I really want to like investigate this further because I'm still kind of in disbelief. Like the level of audacity you have to be in the BDO partner program and have someone else playing your account while you're streaming.
Yeah, and apparently the person I won't say their name. Everybody knows who it is. But the person ended their stream instantly and like deleted the VOD and like just been vanished. Zero Dark 30. So
Wow. So no accountability, no like just trying to do damage control.
yeah, basically. I wasn't gonna say it, but Junior was like, makes sense why that person was so bad in the PvP tourney. I'm like, dude, Junior, you're toxic, bro. But it was just but it was pretty fucking hilarious, not gonna lie. I'll give you that one, Junior.
Junior has his moments of glory, that's for sure.
Man, okay.
Oh, doesn't mean I get to ban for a week? He's not currently banned. Do I get to ban Junior for a week? Oh, I've been trying to find excuses to ban Junior every single day. Yeah, where's Junior? Type in chat, Junior.
And so I'm just going off the sort of Reddit summary at this point, and one of the points is big life skill content updates in the next year. So I'm guessing that's just nonsense. That's like fish farms. Was there any detail whatsoever?
That's probably what we talked about earlier about the hunting and the training and all that.
Okay, they're their best
where they said they want to talk about or they want to do some updates for it, but they don't have anything like.
Cool.
Right
well,
now.
I mean, I guess that's better than announcing things that will never exist, anyways. So, what about tier 5 pets? Did we talk about that?
I fucking hate it, bro.
Okay, so the concept of tier 5 pets, I really like, but
Same.
I don't know how are they going to implement it.
The implementation sounds so egregious because, like, I feel like the better way to do it would have just been add an extra slot or two. Like raise the cap of the pets you can have out because they give T4s away so much nowadays. I don't like the thought of them adding T5s and then they're probably going to make some like really low % probability to get it. I don't know.
Well, the good thing about it is that they did mention that they have not decided how the player will acquire tier 5. They said it could be through the same old pay to win, or it could be something new where you have to grind for it, or an item or something like that. So they have not decided 100% that it will be pay to win. I hope that they like do one of two options, a grind option and a pay to win option at the very least. At the very least, I hope they do that. But they haven't said that that 100% is going to be pay to win.
Wait, how would you grind it out? There'd be like a pet drop that you could smash.
Dailies. 30
dailies
for one attempt. Oh fuck! Capped at a 3% success rate.
God.
No more dailies.
Oh god, bro. Sad, but I could actually see them doing some shit like that. I'm not gonna cap.
Yeah, I could see it like you get like you grind out like a pet color and then you put a pet color on, and then he goes a little faster or something. I don't know. Or you make a pet backpack.
T5s were coming. They added an extra skill slot in the UI like a very long time ago, so we knew T5s were coming eventually. Plus, I think mobile had them like super early. So, yeah. I don't know. Did they give it like because on mobile the T5 pets have like sort of super abilities. They're actually like crazy compared to T4s. Like it's not a linear progression. The T5s are like way better than the T4s. So, or did they hint at anything like that?
No, I don't think so.
No, it was snuck in the Q&A, right?
Yeah, there's like oh, by the way.
I quit right around the time they did this. I'm trying to remember, but I think in mobile your T5 pets would give you shit like crit damage. It was like crazy strong. So
oh fuck,
yeah, we'll see.
Oh
dude.
no.
And it was RNG. So like if you rolled like a bad T5, you had to spend more money to try to get like the crit damage instead. Kind of like fairy skills. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why there is a reason why it died.
I hope they just make it loot faster. Just make them loot faster. Fuck, dude.
Fuck.
Well, dragon pet as a reward.
Yeah, so that's the Garmoth pet, right? 25 health.
Yeah.
Do you have to smash him with other Garmoths? How does that? I've never got one of those. I don't know how he works.
I just looked at it. He's considered a special pet, so I think that means he's only going to be smashed with other special pets. And since he's the only one, then you can only smash him with other Garmoths.
Okay, and he gets like another 25 HP per tier.
Yeah.
So you pretty much just use that during siege, right? Because you wouldn't int your loot speed just for 25 HP when you were grinding.
Oh, Chess says you can use the wizard ghost speed with it.
Wizard Gatsby, eh?
And then say
Yeah.
specifically say you can't do that.
You can. I don't have one.
Can
Yeah, I think
not.
can.
Can not is what my game says. There's an
Cannot.
NOT after the can.
Oh.
Can is the first half of the word, not being the second half of the word.
Potions chat giving false information, dude. Shameless, dude.
Well, now my chat's saying this all can't. All right. Well, it doesn't work apparently. I also just went in here and double checked for the event pets. It doesn't work with event pets or any of that stuff. So that's another thing. Doesn't work with premium, classic, event, or rare. So I guess you have to use it only with the other ones. I'm kind of surprised they didn't allow you to sell it to the marketplace, because then I could have just spent a whole bunch of money and got a tier 4 one pretty fast. That'd be kind of nice.
That would have been a
I think
crazy
you can't do
investment.
that, right? Can't you buy the Garmoth one off the marketplace?
Yeah, but not the one they gave us.
Yeah, smash the one off the market with the one they gave you, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
You want to spend,
but they're not up there, are they? Wait, are they up there right now? I bet they're not, right? Let's see. Why are they under mounts?
They're probably going to go up in price now because people are going to be like, "Oh man, I gotta tear this thing up."
Well,
they're
they
not
were
going to
like,
help themselves.
They used to cap out $1 billion, I believe. Yeah, they've been sold out for forever. Now there's 20
They're hard capped.
Yeah, they're hard capped at $1 billion.
Yeah, okay.
Dude, that would have been such a good investment if they flooded them low and then you just hold on to them for like forever until they go back up.
Oh, man, I sold all my life spirit stones. They're all gone.
Was it a good choice in the end?
Did you profit?
Yeah, I made like maybe 6 to 10 bill, something like that. So
hell yeah, I never doubted you.
I doubted the fuck out of you, dude.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I
why are you?
absolutely doubted it. Did not think that was gonna work.
I was like, why are you buying spirit stones for min price by the billions? And I was like, wow, we magically have them at max price now.
You reminded me of that time that Blade spent like 10 billion on tree spirit belts, but then the journal came out like 2 years later. So eventually, it's like stocks. If you hold long enough, eventually they all go up.
Freaking crazy, bro.
The you actually can see in the marketplace where I sold the majority of them at the end, because this has a hard crash, right? I sold like the last 2,000.
Excellent. I'm proud of you.
Yeah. But yeah, it's I'm just considering now with the new season and everything, do I reinvest when they go back down to minimum price?
I do the same thing with AMC, bro. Every time it dips a little bit, I go, do I buy more?
Dude, it's been looking pretty good.
I don't know. Like, they are sold out on every other server, but they've also guaranteed we're getting every 3 months a new season and a new character. So my hedge has to be, how fast does the BDO player base burn out? That's my.
People are going to be grinding polys on their private server, dude. They're going to have so many spirit stones.
It was like the perfect storm with like there not being a season, and then like for the Sage they gave everybody a EXP transfer coupon so you could skip the poly skill point grind if you wanted to and stuff. It was like the perfect storm for them to hit max price, honestly.
Okay, so Fallen God helmet after Mountain of Eternal Winter, is that the expansion that's like a year away?
It comes out in March.
That's supposed to be this year, or never mind.
Well, they said winter 2021, right? But winter 2021 is quarter 4, so that really means like end of November all the way to beginning of March. So since they always come out with March updates, that's probably just going to come out in March, especially when they're planning on doing 4 dungeons this year, like all this PvP content, all this trade stuff, blah 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 blah. Like, there's no way that's going to be like on time on like the end of December, I think. So I kind of figured that'll come out like March. But I mean, hey, surprise me. I would be pleased to be surprised. Also, I think Hadoom comes out like a few months before that too. So I think that'd be like a little quick off the heels of Hadoom.
Hadoom Calpheon, October 14th.
Yeah, so just doing that a few months later would be a little strange, I feel like. Because that'd be 2 months later if they do it in December. So I kind of feel like that will probably be like March. They'll do like the 6-year anniversary and be like, oh look, 6-year anniversary for 3 years on console. Get the snow region. They mentioned something about the snow region, didn't they? They mentioned something new about it. I was trying to think what they said.
I don't remember unless it was in like the Q&A. I don't remember any of that. They said something about the Port Rat region that's like 2 years away, or like something when they were talking about the trade rework. But that's about it.
Yeah, they said that actually I went back and watched the Caltheon Ball, and they actually show the entire Port Rat town has been like created. That's what they showed there. So the entire town is created over there in Port Rat, which I think is really interesting to have that
I
done.
miss Port Rat, dude.
Needs to be a reason to go over there for sure. I know what it was. When I watched the Caltheon Ball, it wasn't the Heidel Ball this time. It was Caltheon Ball. They mentioned that they were going to do a snow bear and a snow wolf for the snow region, which I didn't remember last time I watched it. But they mentioned that in the Caltheon Ball. So I thought that was interesting. When reading it back up, since we're talking about it, which maybe
like as a pet or what?
A mount. You ride it.
Dude, I would take a fucking wolf mount.
Yeah, so I think it was a bear, and I believe the other one was a wolf.
A bear.
So like a snow polar bear mount would be fucking awesome.
Kind of new mounts. I've always been like kind of surprised by the lack of mount variety in this game compared to other MMOs, especially Korean MMOs, dude. I thought we'd be zooming around on like hovercrafts and shit by now.
One thing that I think that like there's like a lot of little sell things for training, right? Like this new tier 10 water horse, they're working on the Doom. Like they have these camels, right? And like they said they're gonna be updating camels and also carriages. So it makes me think that this all will indirectly tie back into training a little bit. And with this new bear mount and wolf mount, if those actually do come out, which I mean we'll see, right? I do think that would kind of reinvigorate that a little bit if that's something that people can actually spend some time working towards. And if it was just like an extra 5% movement speed, What else do we have?
I hope so. I hope they reinvigorate training at some point with one of these future expansions.
I mean, we'll have to see with the trading update. Like, it's just always with the Heidel Ball. It's just wait and see, right? Is what comes down to. Just wait and see.
I'm kind of miffed that Fallen God Helmet's so far away, dude. I thought we were gonna get that like sometime. It's been a while since we got the chess piece, hasn't it?
We got it in Korea.
It's been a while, man.
When did Korea get it? Korea got it in like middle of 2020 when they got Odolita, and then we got it with Odolita near the end of 2020. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be basically a year and a half from when we got Fallen God Chest to going to Fallen God Helmet. They said they wanted to release it based on the gear of the player base. Or the player base gear. So that makes me think that they might find another way to introduce it to the game a little early if the player base gear kind of like runs out of things to work towards. So, I don't know. We'll have to see.
I got very sad also because he mentioned Lackey Arrow. But then he didn't say anything about it. He was like, when he was talking about the card game. Yeah, he brought up the card game and he was like, yeah, it's been a while since we've done a mini game. The last one we did was Lackey Arrow, and I was like, he fucking said it. And he was like, so this other thing, the card game, and just never mentioned Lackey Arrow again. And I'm like, oh, all right, yeah, it has been a while. It has been a while. It's been a long time, Jae Kim, since you made me that promise. I'm not going to let it go.
No, I do feel like it's just like there's so much content like that where it wouldn't take a lot of work to make that viable again. It would not take a lot of work.
It would take 5 minutes. All they have to do is scale rewards with your life skill mastery. Like just make 4 and 5 stages more common as your gathering mastery goes up. Boom. That's all they have to do.
Yep. Like I don't understand why that can't be. I don't understand why like they don't do the low hanging fruit. Like, oh, we're gonna redesign all
reason
Lucky
they can't buff
Arrows.
fishing, dude. It's just too hard. It's just too confusing.
Yeah, like fishing is another example. Like, there's just so many examples like that where just do the short term fix and then work on your long term fix, right? Like, hey, here's our short-term fix. We will let you guys know that we're working on a long-term fix. But we want to give you this as a gift for the meantime, There's something small. Hey, the best thing they announced was Master Magic is no longer going to have a cheer animation.
Thank God, dude. Are they going to add the corrupt crystal to that as well?
I don't know. Isn't the corrupt crystal actually worth something now, though? From
the cheer.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the only one they mentioned. I'm just surprised that this took an entire Heidel ball and a question from the that get sourced by the CMs to get fixed. Right? Like,
there needs to be a cheer task force. Like, you know how we have the costume task force? We need a cheer task force. Honestly, what we need is for one single intern to just go through the list of items that have cheers and just set about 90% of them from on to off. It would take them about 30 seconds. And, then we wouldn't have items that haven't been relevant for 3 years that we're still cheering for. That would be cool.
Yeah, I like them making it so masses don't cheer anymore. Like, that's really, really amazing. Finally, dude.
I want to get a pack of like 50
set
sharps.
our own cheers.
Sounds like a good idea, but I feel like they should just make the game right the first time.
Custom cheers. We should be able to decide. We should have a cheer menu in the game. We can go and toggle cheers on and off for different items.
Everybody just turn that stuff off, just like all the notifications at the top of the screen. Just turn it all off. The 65 statue. You can get a level 65 statue now. So if you're level 65, they'll be adding a statue you can add to your house or your future mansion. So congratulations.
What's the mansion thing? What's the details on that?
The first one they're adding is going to be between where? Where's it coming from?
It's going to be between Heidel and the eastern border. Yeah.
I have to look at the map.
What is it? Is it real space housing? Like, can only one
people? Well, they didn't really go into a lot of detail on how to get it. They said that people will be able to see them though as they're traveling. Like, everybody will be able to see them from the road.
Well, if it's eastern
but they didn't
border,
really go about how to get them.
Is it like one of those things where one person gets it, or is it like every other house where you just go up to it, you spend the contribution, and then you get an instance of it?
They didn't clarify it enough on that.
You're asking the real questions.
They made
Jesus Christ, they didn't even say that? Okay.
They made it sound like one person could get it, but they didn't clarify if that's true or not. I kind of hope it's just like one person per server, maybe. That would be kind of neat. So that way only a handful of people can have it. But it can
if it was like a status symbol and you like walked by and you could see like, shit, that's so and so's mansion, that would be pretty sweet. But if it's just another thing you spend CP on so you can RP, I mean, it's not as exciting.
The good thing is that it's going to be like right there, so I think that's going to be nice that you can just see that. I was kind of hoping this was originally like they have like 200 houses in Caltheon or something, 238. I was hoping to just like make that, I don't know, maybe 50, and it'd just be all bigger houses and I have actual relevance and stuff. But this seems like a good alternative to actually make something that's kind of relevant in the game again for housing. I hope it ends up working out. I like the idea of being able to see someone's like house they're working on.
Yeah, it could be cool.
I kind of hope it's like Arcade, where it's like one person can invest a lot of work and effort. Like they have to they have to be in a territory or a guild that owns a territory there. In Serendia, they have to like have X amount of like amity. Like, I feel like some type of competition like that would be kind of fun. What do you guys want to see from it? What do you guys want to see from the mansion?
I don't know. It could be like a sync sort of thing where like you have to outbid people for it, and then it could be like sort of a wealth or a status symbol. It could also be like a reward for certain objectives in the game. Like there's so many things they could add leaderboards for, where something like a mansion would be a sick reward. I don't know. Maybe people who win a PvP season should get a mansion. I don't know.
I hope they make it so that it matters to have it, because the current system is like, if you want a house ranking, you literally just buy random shit from the Pearl Shop and slash in your house to get on the rankings. Like, it doesn't really mean a whole lot. So hopefully they make it some kind of status symbol, something you can work towards, and it actually have a little bit of meaning, more so than just like, hey, go to Pearl Shop, toss all the shit inside your house, get a rank, get a mansion, So Hopefully they make it pretty meaningful, but it looked really cool, like the way from what they showed, like having the hedges and the giant fountains, and they said they'd have like unique furniture and stuff for it. So it could be really cool, just like being your own little slice of the BDO world, I guess, if you get a lot of customization with it.
My chat said it's instance like a regular house, but I'm not sure how they know that. But anyway, I think that would be like really neat. And getting your own personal level 65 statue to add to it would just be icing on the cake. I don't know why they want to make that a reward for 65. I really don't. Let's see. They gave us weapon reroll coupons. Oh, I already said that. Let's see. Treasure items will not be allowed to be put in your family inventory.
Yeah, that one's really weird, dude. They don't let you.
Why, dude?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
They said the thing that they said was it's going to be too powerful. We can't allow them to put in there because it'd be too powerful and people would feel forced to have to go and get it. And I'm like, it's just two maids. Like you put in a bank, you pull back out, but like, yeah, that was their excuse. They don't want to feel too powerful, and they feel like if it was family, it'd be too powerful. Like,
so the straw that breaks the camel's back on an infinite potion being too good is that you can put it on your alt slightly faster.
It does not make sense. I mean, I can maybe understand for the map and the compass, because then you could just use that to teleport around the map and teleport people to you and stuff. I can sort of see the compass being a little too powerful, or the map, but the infinite potions I don't think make any sense at all. Like the infinite potions 1000% should be in your family inventory. It should be able to go in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, if the compass is a problem, just give it a family-wide cooldown instead of a character-based cooldown.
And yeah, that would be another good change, because I mean, people are already abusing that anyway.
100,000% potions should be able to go in there.
I definitely think people should be able to. Even the archaeologist map should be able to be put in there, dude. I don't. I think it's kind of dumb that you can spend all those hundreds of hours grinding for shit and then like you can't put them in there.
What is this constant mentality of we don't want to do anything cool because we don't want people to feel forced to like? Why don't we just take all the fun, cool accomplishments out of the game so that people don't feel forced to do anything, and then the game will be complete? Like, I don't understand this fucking mentality, dude.
I don't know where it came from. That's what I'm curious about. Like, what did he read? Like, what happened that made him start thinking this? As like a developer, like this needs to be the thing where we don't want people to feel forced to do stuff. Like,
you know what it is, man? It's because none of them actually have fun playing the game, and they keep giving us like chores and tasks in the game instead of just making the game fun. And when the underlying mentality of the game is that it's not actually fun to play, you want to minimize the amount of things in the game that people actually have to do. You know, you don't want to have to come up with stuff that people have to do because they know their game isn't fun and they know that they can't make it fun. So they're just like, yeah, we don't want to make people do that. We don't want to make people play our game. Our game sucks. We don't want them to have to actually deal with our shitty development. Like, let's just whatever.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, that might be true.
Anyone who actually loved the game they were working on would never say something like that.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like it's right on the mark, honestly, because there's nothing else I can explain. Because if anybody ever wanted to, like, was enjoying the experience or like wanted somebody to enjoy it, you're like, oh, that make the game better for you. Like, let's do that. Like, we'll figure out how to balance it later on. Like, we'll increase the cooldown. We'll, like, I don't know, we'll make it a little harder to grind for or something. Like if that sounds like it's a really cool reward, let's do it. Let's make it happen. We'll figure out how it is. Like, I feel like right now they're making excuses to not do cool stuff. Like, we're gonna make it where the horse that runs on water can't run on water for very long because it'd be too fun. You know, like, it's like I agree that the horse shouldn't run to Port Rat. Like, I think that's obvious, but you know, for it to not be able to, you know, go to Ilya Island to be dumb, you know.
Dude, running from Velia to Ilya Island would be pretty sick.
It would be actually pretty sick.
I don't see why they can't run all the way to Port Rat. Like, honestly, if you have a unicorn and you want to sprint all the way to Port Rat, why not?
I think it undermines boats, right? I think that's their fear, because if you have
Fuck
that, then
boats the T10. This takes 2 years of dailies to get.
Unless you one tap it and you get RNG carried.
I think that the T10 Unicorn should be able to sprint all the way to Port Rat. I think the
Big
T10
time.
Pegasus should be able to fly all the way to Port Rat.
I'm going back to that. I fucking hate that they actively came out and said that we intentionally made their skills not amazing just so people didn't feel like they had to get them. Like, that's fucking crazy, dude. It's like, why would you literally put that into text that you intentionally made them? That shit grinds my gears. Why? I don't even have a T9 and I want people to have a crazy ass perk for having a T10, dude. Like, that shit's so hard to get. Why the fuck shouldn't it be insane?
Wait, hold on, pause. You still don't have a T9?
I literally don't have a T9. I only swing on it when they give us free materials. And I still think people should have an amazing ass horse, dude.
Yep.
But you just like take the road?
I have a tier 8. I have a tier 8 horse.
I've had a T8 Courser for 3 years straight. I've never like bothered to upgrade it.
You guys are wild.
I bought Vert's tier 8 horse.
I literally swing every time they give us enough free materials.
My chat told me there was a T8 horse in the marketplace. Back then, they never sat. So I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll go get one." And they're like, "How do you know that was there?" I was like, "Oh, Vert was streaming it." So I bought Vert's horse, and I rerolled the skills on it. But had ever since. I've done, I think, 22 free attempts on it so far. And I guess we'll do another one when we get these free materials.
Dude, I'll make a T9. Okay, Moreland, just so dude, I feel like you're judging us right now, like really hard.
You guys are just inting like that, dude. Having a Pegasus is the single like most continually fun and rewarding accomplishment I've ever done in BDO.
Yeah, but
I just fly over shit every day, dude. I use it all the time. Everywhere I go, I use it in Node Wars to get to PvP objectives faster. I use it to do my Dark Rifts faster. But
Hadoom's a thing, dude. You literally just grind orcs or monastery, then AFK and Heidel.
Yep.
What the fuck are you moving around for, dude?
What about Node Wars, dude? You get back.
Dude, you think I'm Node Warring on a? You think I'm Node Warring
castle walls with
fucking
a Pegasus,
tamer, dude?
Man. You just jump right into the back of Valencia. People still don't see it coming. All these years later, dude, you Peggy hop into the back of Valencia Castle, and people look at you like, "What the fuck? Where did he come from?"
And then they laugh at you because you're a fucking tamer, bro. They're gonna laugh at you, dude. You're gonna get hit with the fucking voltaic or high voltage.
Lawn. What do you mean?
Dude, I temporary tagged the lawn for like a month, cashed out, and then stopped playing it. Okay, shit's too broken.
You back on Tamer now?
Not yet, but I will be now that they gave us reroll coupons for free.
Well, whose fault is that?
Listen, dude, excuse me. It feels bad. But Clash reboot, Tamer reboot.
Okay, how about this? You get a Doom horse, take that to Node War, and then you can actually kill people.
Oh shit, dude. T10 Doom shooting fireballs.
Unlike Tamer.
I mean, Doom horse, you just have a lot of AP and you just one-shot people because the accuracy is broken. That is kind of nice.
Not wrong.
Well, does that pretty much sum up BDO for the week?
Well, we'll be getting that J Hammer sooner or later. Is there anything else in here? Oh, they said that their world boss salute. Their this is so garbage. They said, "Oh yeah, we don't want to make world bosses mandatory. We want to force people to do world bosses."
We don't want anything to be mandatory.
So
except the Doom grinding.
Yep. So basically, they're considering making a possible slight exception for the new remastered world bosses that are still 30 mil or less per world boss. So maybe that 4 mil to 30 mil will go maybe a little bit more. We'll see. That was the only up note on that. They're going to continue to try balancing grind spots, but they don't want to make grind spots feel forced They're gonna find alternative ways to attract people to different grind spots, and they had several examples, like I don't know, potions and stuff like that. So maybe another treasure item. We'll see. They did mention with the treasure items earlier that they said that maybe we'll design a treasure item for the family slot in the future, instead of making the current ones that you want be family slot.
Cool. Can't wait.
So another item to grind for. Trying to think if there's anything else in here. They're still working on the ocean node wars. Still like a work in progress. They're still working on
I bet they are.
They're still working on the ocean Karak. And they're still working on the new boat. All those things are still in the process.
Cool. So lots of stuff that's in progress. Some of it might actually come out.
I think the roadmap.
Not bad. I mean, compared to previous balls, actually not too bad.
Well, the one thing I like.
All right, wait. All right, wait. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing I like a lot is that they didn't really announce anything else, and I'm really happy about that because they've announced something every single time, and they're always falling farther and farther behind schedule from what they announced. And this is the first time they really didn't announce anything like anything big new, like a new region or anything.
I mean, no, they announced lots of new stuff though. They announced the new arenas. They announced the new 10v10 mode. They announced new RBF maps. They announced a new unicorn. They announced a trading rework. I mean, what do you mean? There's all kinds of new shit.
The trading work was announced in Heidel last year.
Card game, an entire new mini game was announced. Like
the card game was the trading rework was announced in Heidel 2020, a year ago. Same thing for like the winter spot, and same thing for like the majority of things in the list anyway. Like all the ocean content I listed, the tier 10 horse, all that stuff that was talked about like earlier on. Like there was a few exceptions, like the card game or like the 10v10 PvP mode was announced. It was either in Caltheon Ball. I think it was Caltheon Ball. They announced the PvP10 mode. So like the only thing that was really, really new was the ranked arena and the Yar and like some smaller stuff. It wasn't like the winter region is coming out in 5 years from now, you know. They didn't mention anything about the land of demons, which I guess not bad or good because no one really cares, but they didn't mention anything about that.
I ain't sipping the copium, bro, because I'm looking right here at the roadmap for fucking last year, or that they gave us at Calpheon Ball. Node War rework, still not in the game. Yep. Main server system and server war system, not in the game. Bounty Sheriff system, not in the game. T10 Unicorn, not in the game. 10v10 Cruise, not in the game. Enhancement changes. Ain't shit changed with enhancements. Winter season, that did happen. Black Star Raid, that shit ain't in the game. Mystical Fish Challenge, I think that did get added to the game, but nobody gives a fuck about that.
What are you talking about, dude? You get a statue for the Mystical Fish.
Yeah. Right? I don't know, dude. New region, Mountain of Eternal Winter, that ain't in the game. Terror of the Sea, hardcore grind spot. That ain't in the game. Mansions, not in the game. Co-op Ataraxion, not in the game. New region, Land of the Dawn, not in the game. So literally one thing from the roadmap, which was the fucking winter season, actually made it into the game. So I don't know, dude. I don't believe any of this shit from this roadmap. I would argue that you could pick one or two things from the roadmap and it'll actually make it into the game, but I'm not believing it until I've seen it. I've been out around the block too long, dude. Honestly.
Yeah, I feel the same way. There's a fuckload of other games coming out in the next few months. Do you think that any of them are going to make the BDO devs are going to shock them out of their slumber and make them actually like, you know, think of what is fun in games?
So they're doing a lot of pushes to release stuff in September, October. Are there any new games coming out specifically in September and October to coincide with
that? New World comes out the last day of August, and Lost Ark comes out mid-October.
So that makes sense why they're pushing for all these updates through starting at the end of the last week of August through like October. Kind of makes sense, right?
Bro, Calpheon Hadum is not going to keep people from playing New World and Lost Ark. Like, what is going to, out of all the things that they announced today, what is actually impactful enough to where it's August 31st and New World comes out, and like what BDO patch that week out of all the things they said, what features could possibly be in BDO that makes you go, hey, I'm gonna pass on New World?
None. They could release all 4 dungeons, Caltheon Ball, the Caltheon region, Hadoom. They could release all those world bosses, the whole ocean update, the PvP stuff. They could do all of it in the same patch, and people would still play New World instead.
Yeah. BDO is one of those things where it's like it's always going to be there, but it's like you got to ride the hype on new release MMOs because they don't come around very often. Even if you don't plan to play it for the long term, I don't think they're going to be able to like beat that. But I also don't think they have to compete with that though, which is like I don't think they should have to wait for a new release to release some good fucking content, which is kind of dumb. But
No, I'm not saying they should wait to like sync their content with these other games. What I'm saying is, what are they doing that is going to hype you enough to where you're like, yeah, no, fuck all these other new MMOs? Because I feel the opposite right now, dude. I feel like I'm looking for anything, man. I'm about to play Bless Unleashed for a few weeks, just waiting until Lost Ark comes out, just to have something to do. Like there's BDO is, I was hoping that, again, like I see something like ranked 1v1 arena and I'm like, okay, cool. I have motivation to grind again. I have a reason to get my gear up. And then, oh, well, there's gear cap and we're probably going to add PvP gear anyways. So like, fuck it, dude. Like, I don't know. I feel like BDO is just sort of doomed to become kind of like a side or a filler game. There's just nothing that's taking this game into the current year or into the next year. It's all the same old shit.
Yep.
And I think for me, they just gotta like. I'm obviously gonna keep playing BDO. It's not gonna go nowhere. It's gonna be like my main thing, but it's not at the point where it's like I won't play anything else like it once was. So it's like I don't know, dude. I don't know. I think the biggest thing for me is just that like the trust. Like with them, I just can't believe shit that they say. Yeah, and that's as plain and simple as you can put it. Where it's like, okay, they tell me all these dates or give me these roadmaps, but literally the last 3 or 4 roadmaps, they've done 1 or 2 things from it, and everything else has either been scrapped or they never said anything about it ever again. Like, and that doesn't mean I'm going to quit BDO. Oh, BDO dead game. BDO's honestly player base is booming, but it's just like, it's really just new player catering, not really giving a whole lot of content. So they'll definitely play like Lost Ark and some other stuff for at least some definite little bit of time. But
they're basically pointing at World of Warcraft, right? Where they do miss the Pandaria. They do what a lot of people wanted to do, but they kill their core game, and because they kill their core game, they slowly lose their audience. And that's basically what they're doing with BDO. They're capturing and they're basically sacrificing the quality of the game to capture the new player audience and in long-term death of BDO. I mean, that's what they've just, without realizing, that's what they've done.
What's the sacrifice? I mean, I guess with like PvP gear and stuff, they're kind of sacrificing existing players for new players. But with a lot of this content, it doesn't feel like they're sacrificing one or the other. It feels like they're just refusing to do things correctly or fully or completely.
Well, I just really got to learn something. I just got to learn something about the game development space, because it feels like some of the stuff that they say they're going to implement and it takes them like 2 years to actually do it. Like it doesn't feel like it should take that long, but I can't really say whether it does or doesn't.
It absolutely shouldn't. I mean, you can look to other games and their development cycles, and like with literally hundreds of developers working on the game, there's no reason why it takes 4 years for fishing to get buffed. Like the stuff just doesn't make sense. There is no dev justification for that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. But I obviously I'm not one of those people that's like, yo, BDO dead, because I think BDO will continue to grow and more players will play. It's just more so like I think it's still gonna have that like retention problem, right? It's slowly becoming like slowly becoming like a side game, if you will, in a way.
Well, and
yeah,
that's kind of like what I mean by when they're sacrificing their core of their game in order to attract a new audience. Like seasons, does that have anything to do with with veteran players? And does it help?
It could if they did it right. It could.
Well, sure, but I mean, like, does it though? And the answer is no. And does it help new players keep playing the game longer? And the answer is no. It's designed to get them to get in the game, spend some money, and then get out. And then start the next season and do it again. And then they get burnt out even faster. And eventually they just quit the game faster and faster and faster. They just stop playing them, right? And then, if you look at like, let's about PvP players. Well, we'll get them in. We're going to get them into PvP gear really, really quickly. And then they're going to enjoy that game. We're going to spend some money. And then they're going to get burnt out and they're going to quit. And then there's that cycle of get people in quick, get the people what they want really quick, get them to spend money really quick, and then get the next group in and rotate them. And that ultimately, when you don't focus on long-term enjoyment of game, it just ends up cycling your player base down and down and down and down and down until you have World of Warcraft. That's what happened with them. Like they're just looking for the most bland experience that'll get people in, experience it, and then get out and wait for the next one. That's what they're doing.
Do you think there's still new people playing retail WoW? I feel like it's the same people who just haven't found anything else to play that are playing retail WoW.
I mean, I think there's new people who try it out who's like, I've heard a lot about this. I'll give it one go. But I mean, like obviously, like it's still it's sort of like you, me, and Kurt. Like we're like veteran players, and as time goes on, there'll be less and less and less of us. There's not going to be new veteran players coming into BDO anymore, right? That's just not going to happen with the current way they have things set up. So
yeah, I think it's just one of those things, sort of like Moreland said. Moreland hit the nail on the head, which one of the biggest things that I'm kind of struggling with, where it's like, what is the motivation to keep progressing at this point? Because we already know that the ranked arenas that we waited forever and begged for so long is going to be capped at 620 gear score and then 630 gear score for the foreseeable future. So at that point, which that's literally less than trial character gear in the current state of game. So there's not much point to push gear. We know that the Node War changes are probably never going to come out at this point because they said they announced them over a year ago at this point. So we know those are probably never coming out. And then they did that quote nerf to casters. That didn't really change anything. Casters are still kicking fucking ass as ever. So it's like Siege is whatever, stale, whatever, blah, 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 whatever. So it's like, what are you really pushing gear for if not that personal satisfaction? And that personal satisfaction definitely is like waned over time. So it's like, okay, I guess I could just like be a BA rat, like battle arena all the time, since we know it's going to be gear capped anyway. But
yeah, this game for me is very rapidly going from MMO to like being the same as it's just playing like a MOBA or anything else. Like I'll log in, I'll collect my shit for keeping my game turned on for 3 hours. I'll occasionally swing on an item, but if my gear score just has to go up by, if I have to go from 620 to 630 between season 1 and season 2 and 630 to 640 between season 2 and season 3, like, yeah, I'll log in, I'll do some some ranked arenas, mess around for a couple hours, and then I'll go play something else. Like there's nothing keeping me hooked on BDO. Like I used to fucking live in this game, dude. Every time there's a new piece of content, I would tear it apart top to bottom to see like, what can we do with this? How can we integrate this into the other systems? How can we profit off this? How can I progress? Like the progression in this game used to be like more addicting than any other game I've played. And they maintained that for a long time. And I think I get the feeling that a lot of the developers who worked on this game in alpha and beta and in the first couple of years of release must just be gone now. It must just be a new group of people as the original devs have moved on who, they just want to make the game into something else. They want to make the game into a mobile game, or they want to make it into an arena game where your gear doesn't actually matter. Like they want to make it like, Lost Arks arenas are or something. I don't see any unique vision coming out of this. I don't see any groundbreaking, any new like feature that any other MMO hasn't already done. I don't see any inspiration behind this stuff. Like I want them to, I don't know, man. I want someone at that company to like just have a cool idea and put it in the game and like shock us like they did in the past. And I don't know where those people have gone. Are they on Crimson Desert? Like, where is that?
Fuck, dude, you guys literally just gave me existential dread. Like, because like I didn't really think about it, but then I'm kind of like looking down the pipeline. Is like, what reason is there for me to push gear though? Honestly, with again, like we said, like the arenas being capped, at Siege being fucking dead. unless you play certain classes, and I guess you could find fun mowing people down with fucking mages or something. But like, yeah, I don't know, dude. Fuck.
Like,
Shit, I don't know.
To kind of touch on like what new players, because that's probably what most people are interested in, right? Is like for new players, you experience the season, you have some fun. Don't spend thousands of dollars on PDO, you'll regret it. And then like you're done, and then you just do maybe some AFK stuff if you're still enjoying the game a little bit. And then whenever it starts getting boring, which will be very quickly because the way the game is structured, you won't enjoy it for very long after seasons. Then just wait around for the next season and do it again, and just do that whenever you're bored of playing our game. And that's basically like the future of BDO at this point. Like, and I think that can be a fun experience. Like, no one's going to say seasons is not fun, but it's just like that is the future for like new players and players who are looking for fun in BDO. It's just that fun window is going to be very short now and very concise. And where previously that fun period was years, now that's a month or two. And
yeah, I think my problem is that I'm looking at this game from the perspective of a streamer. I want a game. If I'm going to main a game, I need to be able to play that game for at least 4 or 5 hours a day. And in BDO, playing BDO 4 or 5 hours a day is fucking impossible for me right now. It's literally work. It is not fun. It makes me want to just go get a regular job doing something else. It's actually gotten to that point. And maybe that's our fault, right? Maybe this game just isn't a 30, 40 hour a week game anymore. Maybe you're supposed to log on and play for a couple hours and get your free cron stones and swing on shit and do your gear capped arenas and then just go fucking do something else, right? Like maybe they've given up on that style of game, and we're just lagging behind and realizing that and catching up to what the game is now.
Yeah, and I think I definitely feel like that. Like the game that I started playing is not the game that I have today, and I wanted to play the game that I started playing. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing as long as they can continue doing that as a company. But as a gamer and as a person who's enjoyed BDO for a long time, it's something where I don't want to continue playing it. And if I know that I'm feeling that way, then people who come after me will feel that same way, but they'll feel like that way sooner.
Damn, dude. Then you couple that all together with finding out some of your 700 gear score peers are all fucking Pinoy grinders and shit, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean that's why Siege and large scale PvP kind of died for me a long time ago, between the pay to win and the cheating and the culture of it all. That ship's already sailed. So
and then it's like, if you're not paying somebody to grind on your account, it's like, well, shit, dude. They've been getting away with it this long, and if they never even like had someone grinding on their account while they were playing another game, then they would have gotten away with it all this time. Like, it's kind of crazy. It just makes you think, like, who is actually grinding for their gains other than just like paying someone to grind when they're not like on. And why the fuck wouldn't your like Pinoy wear a ghillie, bro? Like, okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's true, dude. Why aren't you having a ghillie on?
Bro, literally, if you could afford to pay someone to grind on your account, put a fucking ghillie on, dude. Like, I obviously you shouldn't do it, but at least wear a ghillie, bro. Please, I can't.
Like, I guess for me, like, it's a little sad, but ultimately, now that I realize this, I can play BDO in a healthier way, right? I realize BDO now is a short-term experience, not a long-term experience, and I need another game that can fill my time a little better. And BDO can't be that anymore, even if I want it to be. And I think that's not like I said, I don't think it's just not a bad thing or a good thing, but it's just a realization means you have to play the game differently than maybe you wanted, and maybe change your expectations for the game in the future too.
Yeah, but Doom and Gloom aside, I will say that being a new player / at that like mid game point for BDO, now's a really good time, honestly, because like most of the stuff they do is more so catered to that population. So like with the gear capped arenas coming out and things like that to like push for, I will say that existential dread is really only there when you're like kind of at that top end,
Yeah, I think so too.
I think for a new or beginning player, it's a new or mid tier player, it's as good
Ignorance
as ever to be playing
bliss.
video.
Ignorance is bliss for new players. Speaking of, this topic makes me think like, well, if we're going to look at our games, I am probably going to do like a 48-hour stream on New World when it comes out because I am absolutely pumped to try something.
Tim was asking me if I was gonna play. Are you guys all gonna be in a giant guild or some shit?
You should join
New
us.
World? Yeah,
Yeah.
It's gonna be a
New
big Zerg.
We're gonna own the server. It's gonna be awesome.
How much does it cost to get into the beta? He said there's a beta at the end of next month, like July, end of July or third week of July.
Oh, I don't know. Are they selling beta access? I thought they just like gave it out randomly.
Apparently, if you have the game pre-ordered or something, you get beta access.
Does
I
it
don't even know how
reset
you
after
pre-order
beta?
it.
Is it worth it?
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I was trying to figure out. I was like talking to Tim about it the other day, but I was like, I wasn't at home, so I was kind of like Discording on my phone. It was a little weird.
We'll need to drag Tim in here and give him to talk to us about
I
it.
think for the preview, I just signed up online or something. So yeah, I don't know how the beta is going to work. I don't know if you buy access to it or what, but I'm definitely going to play the beta, assuming they let us stream it. Definitely going to spend a lot of time on that, and then I think the launch really isn't that far away now. A couple months away. It's coming up.
Yeah, apparently the website says you pre-order, you get access to the beta. So
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm definitely down to like play some. I have a shit ton more free time at the end of this month. I guess 2 weeks from now. So that'll be nice. And then obviously you got your Lost Ark. I hate that Lost Ark. I don't know. I think it's kind of fucking stupid that Lost Ark put an NDA on this like test run.
Very annoying. Very annoying. I would have been streaming that all week.
Bro, an NDA on a game that's been out for almost half a decade. Like what kind of shit are you trying
public?
to? Yeah, it's literally
on
available.
Steam. It's literally available on Steam, and they have an NDA. It's very, very bizarre.
You can literally play
that's
the Korean
Amazon's decision. Yeah, it's very weird. I have a feeling that that's Amazon that did that rather than the developer. But
that's one thing that I was a little worried about Lost Ark is that Amazon seems to be taking the game and doing their own thing with it, sort of like what Cacao did at the start. Which that Cacao, like the first year was a mess, so I just get Cacao year one vibes. But I think the game will still be awesome to play regardless.
Yeah, I just
really?
think it's
I thought year one Cacao was like the best version of Cacao.
You think so? They definitely.
Honestly,
yeah, dude. I think if we didn't have Rick and those other guys at Cacao pushing back on Pearl Abyss, I think you would have gotten Cronstones and shit from day one, man. I think Cacao was
dude, if we
very
like now that we've had Pearl
role.
Abyss, I think that they definitely like went to bat more, and they like just their customer service so much better.
Oh yeah, have you tried to get a ticket answered from PA? Compared to Cacao, good luck, dude.
3 month wait time.
I think that's part of the reason. I think that's a big part of the reason. The kind of the dread, as you said, is sinking in for me on BDO right now because I've been feeling this way about BDO for probably the last year, and the sort of the thing I was waiting for was okay. Well, Cacao is transferring to PA soon. Let's hold off on that, and then we'll have a new partner program. We'll have direct communication with Pearl Abyss. It'll be how it was on console, where they listen to us and they implement things. And like now, the transfers were what 2-3 months into the transfer. I can't think of a single fucking piece of feedback from the partner Discord. Even if every single partner goes in there and says the same thing, like. Is there anything that they've done? Like, has it mattered at all? Or is there any evidence that they're listening to anything that we're saying? It doesn't feel different from Cacao at all.
It feels the exact same. It actually feels worse in a lot of ways.
There's a lot of fucking apes in the partner program though, because a lot of them have been asking for like guardian buffs and fucking witch wizard buffs. So honestly, I'm glad they don't listen to that shit. To be honest,
you do have a point.
I'm actually kind of glad they don't, because a lot of the ideas are so bad, but they get echo chambered and like parroted. Like all the upvoted ones, or most of them are usually like some of them are really good, but dude.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not talking about like class balance changes stuff. I'm talking about overarching. Like, here's how you make the game better. Here's what people want. I don't see that sentiment getting through in any way.
It's more so that like. One, they definitely don't like a lot. I haven't seen much of the feedback make through, but when the feedback does get put in the thing for us to vote on it, like they don't vote for any of the shit that makes sense. Like, for example, somebody has been putting almost every week since we started, they should make it so that tag characters should turn into Imperials. Like, why is this even a discussion? Like, why is that like that should be such an easy fix to make it so tag characters can turn into Imperials, but it gets pushed down by people saying, oh, Guardian should get a bit buffed because it's not fast enough, or Suck Wizard nerf was unneeded because it was too bad in this direction and not good enough in this direction.
Just like, Suck Wizard shit. I know there's one specific partner.
Yes, one specific partner that's so loud about it, but they get echoed. And they get parroted about it because there's so many people in the partner program that play staff classes that it's like, bro, can we get some feedback that actually matters? It's crazy.
Yeah. True. True. They just need to know how to make their game better, man.
Well,
I guess they can't rely on us either.
I think one of the big things is like the feedback you get from partners is just going to be a smaller sample size of the same thing you're going to get from like Reddit. Like people who play video games and stream video games, make YouTube videos, they're good at making videos and doing streaming. They're not good at making video games, or they'd be making video games, right? Like that's not what they're good at. And I feel like they need to. There needs to be a better way they're getting feedback, like how to weed through people and ask Q&As like what are the problems that you're experiencing, list one of these 5, and then they provide the question and then the players to provide the experience, because what the players have the most experience doing is playing the game.
If you're giving feedback in good faith, then what you are doing is you're acting as a filter for your community. You're taking things that people are saying that you're hearing every day. You're kind of aggregating those impressions, and then you're giving that feedback. If you're just like in there crying about how the Suck Wiz nerf was too much, then that's not you listening to your community and figuring out what matters most for the game and for everyone. That's you complaining that your class got nerfed. So that's why that's like kind of selfish and stupid. And the actual feedback that the devs need to hear just gets flooded out by these, kind of self-serving nonsense that people are, and they're spamming about every week.
Yeah. I don't think the partner program,
it's honestly gotten to the point where I don't even pay attention to it very much unless Enlave or, one of the other CMs or GMs makes an announcement or something, because it's like, oh, boohoo, Awakening, the Suck Wizard nerf was too bad, or was bad because it hurt our 1v1 but didn't affect our large scale. Like, bro, dude, literally just why don't you
cares? Even if that's true, the devs aren't going to listen to you about that. Like, you got to aim for stuff that's good for the whole community. I've never once gone in there and mentioned about how Suck Warrior needs this or that. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? The world doesn't revolve around me. Get over yourself.
And
You're
then
a Harvard streamer. Talk about shit that matters to people, not to your fucking Suck Wiz. Oh, boo-hoo. Suck Wiz can die in 1v1 now. Oh my god. Please, let's stop everything and focus 200 developers on that problem.
Bro, and then you have people that put literal good-ass ideas, like we should be able to see the way different costumes dye in the pearl, like changing the color in the pearl shop before we purchase it. Like, good-ass ideas that actually make sense from like a market standpoint and a player standpoint that just get pushed down because of them spamming that shit. It's crazy.
Suck Wiz people complaining.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately they need a better way of taking feedback, because the way they're doing it now, doesn't cut it. It's not the way.
It's awful. I wish I could actually describe the system, but I think technically I'm not supposed to talk about it. But I wish I could describe the mechanics of partner feedback.
That's why I didn't.
Bro,
that's why I didn't say any names or how it works. But
I'm not in the partner program. I can speculate. Yes. Where you see they translate the patch, they translate all the feedback, and then they take all the feedback, and then they take it and they say, all right, well, we like this stuff, we don't like this stuff, and then they decide to translate what they like, and then it goes to the Cacao or the Pearl, it goes to Pearl Abyss, and then they have their own filter team, which is like their own CMGMs that filter all the feedback from all the regions. And then they take that and they say what they like and don't like, and they throw away the stuff they don't like. And then they give all that to another guy in the development team who might say he likes something and disseminate it to the team. So ultimately, the chance that your feedback actually gets interpreted properly and gets to the developer are basically impossible.
It's not even that, actually. It's more. I think this part I could say more. I don't think it's too crazy. But basically, the process that they go through of us giving feedback is, so basically we have this channel where you can vote on and give your feedback, or like what you think should be added to the game or something that should be changed, and you put it in, and every partner can submit like one thing a week, and every partner can upvote 2 things per week, and whatever the top like 3 things that get the most upvotes, they'll send it to the devs, basically.
Yeah, but it's just
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get too much into the details because I don't know they're going to get about it, especially if, since it's not a very good system. But suffice to say, there's, when it comes to the Heidel ball, I don't know. I think if we start seeing BDO, like you guys said, as a side game, it could be fun. Logging on, doing some arenas for a few weeks every season. I don't know. Could be fun. I miss the time in the past where BDO was like, sort of this crazy, invigorating, like I was looking forward to playing it every day. There was an endless amount of things to do. I never ran out of stuff to think about or new puzzles to solve or like finding new ways to make money. And I don't think that's the goal anymore. I don't think that's the version of BDO that we should expect to return. And I don't know what else there really is to say about that, man. I mean, it'll be really interesting to see what happens to the veteran BDO player base over the next few months as all these other games release. Alien and Solo, Lost Ark, New Worlds. There's a whole bunch that are each going to take a chunk, especially Lost Ark. And we'll see what's left, after each of those slices of the pizza has been eaten.
Yep. I mean, I think what's going to happen is They're going to release a lot of content in BDO, and then I think our panic will then become the developers' panic, and then they're going to be like, "What do we do?" And then they're going to realize that something's really a matter. And I don't know if that'll be a little too late or what at that point, because once people are gone, it's hard to get them back.
I think they'll just double down on dailies and mobile game bullshit, and will never actually take the time to play their own game or figure out why it was fun to begin with.
I think that BDO's player base is like you got people like me, I'll always be here, dude. Honestly, at this point, in some capacity, I think it's just more so the fact that it's sad that you see what the game could be, but what they choose to make it be, because they don't make just little tiny tweaks that are more fun based. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to say, but it's more. I think that's more so the thing, because I don't think the player base is honestly going to take that much of a drastic nosedive in like the long term. More so just because of that, like they have that steady churn of like new players that like end up quitting before they hit the mid game or at mid game. But it is pretty sad that like
I don't know, man. I think that kind of thing could creep up on you. I think a big part of the reason why BDO has grown so much in the last year or two is lack of alternatives, and that is about to not be the case in the next 4 months.
Yep. That is true.
So
people are playing this because they can't play something else.
Yeah, there's a reason why very few people played it back in 2016 when it first released, compared to how many new people are coming into it now. It's because people run out of other shit to do and they're bored, and that is not going to last much longer.
Yep, and you can see this in his Steam charts too. Like Sage comes out and they have the transfer of servers and all that stuff, right? And then basically like you see like 71% player growth, and then you have immediately 21% of the players quit the very next month, and another 19% quit, and another 8% quit this month. And it's like you can't, with those type of numbers quitting, like your player retention is so poor. If there's any alternative, like you don't have like 71% growth, like the only reason we're at where we're at right now is because they had 71% growth. That's it. If without that, because there's other games that people are still engaged in, like the game just dwindles down to like a very small number very quickly when they're losing 8% a month. And you can see that over and over again. Like everything in here is always like 7, like it's like 25, 12, 13. Whenever they don't have any like, relevant content coming out, they're losing massive players. And the only reason they're gaining players is because there's nothing else to do. So We'll see. I mean, I'm
I guess time will tell. Yes.
time will tell for sure. I think I think that we've been kind of doom and gloom on BDO a little bit, but I think ultimately I don't think BDO is going anywhere for like another. Like ultimately, I don't think BDO is going anywhere for another 2 years, but I don't think they're also fixing any of the problems in 2 years. So it just matters, like in 2 years from now, how do people going to feel about Lost Ark? And we can't know that, and that will be the answer for BDO's future at this point. How will people feel about New World in 2 years? And if the answer is like they like those games, then that will not bode well for BDO. And if the answer is they don't like those games, then that will bode very well for BDO. And BDO will basically be the same in 2 years or 3 years. But it entirely just depends on what people think of other games, not what people think of BDO anymore. And I think that's a dangerous place to be in.
The sad thing to me is that it doesn't have to be about the alternatives. BDO could easily get in a state with like 3 to 6 months of actually pulling their head out of their ass. BDO could ascend to a state where people wouldn't even worry about these other games that are coming out. But instead, it's like, well, hope that Lost Ark gets boring because that's the only way that like it's about the other games being shitty rather than about BDO being good.
I'm gonna once I get really desperate, I'm gonna apply to be a consultant, and they'll fly me over there to Korea. We'll fix it
Oh
up.
God.
When they're desperate enough to hire me, then we'll fix it.
That's what I'm doing right now, man. I'm working on my resume. I'm gonna apply for a bunch of design jobs in San Diego and see if I can snag one of those, because BDO as a job is really starting to feel like a job. And if I'm going to have a job, I'm going to have one that I can at least be passionate about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh God.
I mean, I think for me, like, I'm probably going to this year, I'll like do streaming the entire year. But I think after that, I'm going to be looking at maybe doing streaming as a part-time and finding something else. Because I would much rather be in a position where I can influence change when my passion is video games, rather than be at the whims of a company that's driven by profits. At least then I can have like, okay, well, at least this texture in the game is a little better than it was yesterday because I fixed it. I can have like my little small impact on the, and then the streaming can just be a hobby for fun. I can play more variety stuff, right? And I think that's way more exciting.
Well, do we have any details about other games that we need to go into, or you guys want to wrap it up? I know we're going a little long today.
Well, New World dropped a lot of trailers. They've been looking pretty good. They're just showcasing every area you can play in. They also they had a trailer about how dungeons are going to work. I mean, they're calling them expeditions.
Yeah, I saw the dungeons. The dungeons look cool, but the problem is it's like WoW dungeons. They're really fun to run once or twice, and then you're done. Like, you don't need to keep doing it, right? So, in order for them to make the dungeons interesting, they're going to have to really pump those out every couple months. Which I don't know if they have the resources to do that, but if they do, that the dungeons actually look really good. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I'm kind of more curious about in New World is, can they sustain the PvP objectives? I heard that they added like open world forts and stuff that you can capture that have benefits. So
that's cool.
Maybe that brings some life into those, because before, the territory control system from the preview was awful. It was like whoever did the most quests in that area over like an 8-hour window would win. And it's like, oh, cool, that's so fun. I love questing for 8 hours and killing a player like once every 20 minutes. Hooray, what a good PvP objective. So if there's actually stuff to fight over that has an impact, that could also really revitalize the game. But I haven't been playing these NDA versions, so I don't know what the details of that look like.
Yeah,
do you guys know anything about Crowfall?
Yes, actually, I did play Crowfall. I guess we should talk about that. I played Crowfall for a few hours. It does not feel good to play. It feels very...
Oh, no.
It does not feel like a game that's been in development for 7 years. It feels like an alpha. The graphics actually grew on me after a while. You launch the game. Apparently, the game has had a lot of performance issues. And so when you launch it, it launches in potato mode, and it looks like absolute shit. But if you turn everything up to high, I think it looks decent. It's still not quite my art style, and I think there's something off about the characters' faces. They're like kind of weird and Fortnite-y. But like, the graphics actually grew on me over time. The combat did not. The combat feels very old, stale, boring, weird. it doesn't feel
Can I get
satisfying
3 days of
swing stuff at
entertainment out of
something.
it?
Yeah, well, I think so. Here's the thing. I think for a certain type of player, Crowfall is everything they want. If you don't care as much about like the feel of the game, if you're more of like a Shadowbane or like a Eve style player, where you're not really playing the game for the satisfaction of what it feels like when your greatsword, cracks your enemy in the face. Like if that part of the game doesn't matter to you, and you're more interested in like the design mechanics behind the game, I actually think Crowfall is a decent option for that type of player. I just don't think it's going to be a mainstream success, but I think it'll have, probably like 10,000 players or so that are dedicated to it, that get really into the PvP and the politics and try to like theory craft builds. I just don't think the game feels good enough to entice a mainstream audience. It's too much of a niche game.
So do you think it has the opposite thing of ESO? Because one of my biggest ESO or issues with ESO is that the combat feels very lifeless. Like when I'm hitting people, there's not like, it doesn't feel like I'm actually like swinging a weapon that should be like doing damage. There's not a lot of weight behind it. So like, but the story and like the world, like the immersion in the world is really, really good. Right. So they have that as their backbone. So would you say that it's like the opposite, right? Where it's more based on like the combat aspect of it more so than the immersion in the world?
There really is no world in Crowfall. There's really no story. There's no meaningful PvE. The game is a PvP kind of MMO thing. It's not even really like, it's hard to even describe it as an MMO. It's more like a seasonal guild v guild war zone of some kind. Like they call it a throne war simulator. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but like you spawn into a map that's randomly generated, and the campaign lasts for like 1 to 3 months, and you spend that time leveling up and gearing up and like taking territories and resources and doing politics and ganking people and taking their resources. And like there's different scenarios that have different, like it's more of like an
Albion type thing, kind of.
Yeah, but even it's way more seasonal than that, right? Like, because even Albion has a persistent worlds, and like in Crowfall, you're kind of resetting and taking your stuff from that campaign, and you can carry some of that over to the next campaign. But again, you're carrying it over into another procedurally generated world. There's not a lot of discovery. You're not going to find some secret treasure hidden under a cave that nobody else has ever found before. There's none of that like MMO immersive shit. It's a PvP game where you go around and you kill people and you loot them. It's very much like Shadowbane, if you ever played that back in the day. Like,
so I guess you kind of just hop on and kill time.
Yeah, you can tell that the Shadowbane guy is the main influence behind it. I don't really see Gordon Walton's influence at all. It feels very much like just J. Todd Coleman kind of did everything. Because the art is kind of meh and the feeling of combat is kind of meh, but the PvP and the different character builds and strategies and shit like that. Like there's 1vx potential if you have a good build, you can outskill, but it feels, I can't really like say it any more flowery than like, it just doesn't feel good. Like playing the game doesn't feel good. It feels too...
Is it like the combat or like the mechanics of PvP?
I guess dated. Would dated be the word? Feels dated.
It's not even really dated, because like if I'm playing World of Warcraft, that's dated as fuck. I'm playing TBC right now. That's extremely dated, but it's still satisfying to get like a Wind Fury crit and blow something up. Like in Crowfall, none of my abilities felt satisfying, and maybe they would if I was PvPing and I was like killing a bunch of people and taking their loot. Maybe eventually it would feel good, but I played the game for a few hours, and at no point like did I feel like, oh man, I really need more of this. It just didn't hook me at all.
And that's really disappointing for something that's apparently been into the works for over half a decade at this point.
Dude, tell me about it, because that game was announced at the end of 2014, beginning of 2015. That was before I was ever a streamer. That was when Darkfall had already been dead for a couple years, so I was really looking for a game at that point. I was basically just playing Dota all day long and like didn't really have an MMO. And I hear that one of the guys from Shadowbane and one of the guys from Ultima Online are teaming up to make a game. And, that was like the fucking messiah at that point. I thought like, holy shit, like they're finally doing it. They're finally going to make a good game again. And I followed the game pretty closely for the first year or two. And the more I followed it and the more I learned about it, the more I went, okay, this seems like highly experimental and not like really. I'm not so sure about this and I'm not so sure about that. And, finally getting like a bunch of my friends tried the game in the last, few tests and they all kind of said like, it's not that great. And then finally getting my hands on it this week, it was just sort of the nail in the coffin. It was like, man, I remember how fucking excited I was 7 years ago when they announced it. And now I'm like, I don't even think I'm going to play it on launch. I don't even think I'm going to bother playing it for the launch hype. I think it's just a hard pass.
I was kind of running into that problem with Lost Ark, honestly. I know a lot of people are really hyped on it, but it's like I had my hype almost 5 years ago, dude. It's kind of like obviously I'm going to play it because there's going to be so many like friends and people that are like hopping in there, but it's like fuck, dude. I literally watched Lakari play this game every day for like weeks and weeks 4 years ago. Almost 5 years ago.
Yeah. The thing with Lost Ark, though, is that like most of the people I talk to who play Lost Ark, they seem to be pretty hooked by it and pretty thrilled by it. So I feel like at least for a while, it's going to be something to do. And it also seems like the way that they're updating and improving that game, like it feels like that game is actually moving forward. It doesn't seem like, even though it's been out for a long time in other regions, the people playing in those regions aren't coming to me and saying like, yeah, I'm bored. This game's stuck. I want something else. Like it seems like it's still doing really well.
Yeah, like I really, really enjoyed it when I did play it on the Korean server when it first came out. It's just more so like I'm just really worried that we'll get some egregious pay to win methods, but it just depends on how they
can't be worse than BDO.
Yeah.
Be worse than BDO. Yeah, I mean, for as far as I understand, there's like one open world area with PvP, but for the most part, your PvP is done in gear capped arenas anyways. So if you are paying to win, it's more about like your own PvE progression. And I don't really care if people are paying to win their own separate progression.
So
that doesn't.
Season 1 is freaking amazing because Season 1 has a whole lot of like gear equal. Most of the stuff is gear equalized. Season 2 is when like a lot of the egregious shit got implemented, where it's like paying for dungeon clears and like the gear, like quote gear gap became a thing because they added these islands that are like full PvP enabled with your own gear and things like that. So it honestly just depends on which version of the game we get, because I know there's a lot of like these Eastern MMOs that, like, for example, Lost Ark's come out with like 2 new classes since it went up, and there's like a big chance that we get released and we don't even have those new classes out the gate and stuff. But we'll see. I guess it depends on like what version of Lost Ark that we get. It will definitely be at least a month of like content though.
The thing is that like that game just looks so fucking fun and smooth to play, man. Like even just watching the footage of someone doing a boss fight in that game, I look at that and I think I want to play this as soon as possible. There's not a lot of games that evoke that kind of feeling.
Yeah. Yep. Like the only biggest complaint that I even had was from the start was fucking Mystic. If you don't know who Mystic is in that game, you will. She starts so fucking broken. She's a gauntlet class, but you'll see. But yeah, it's pretty fun. I definitely will say that the most people will get at least a month out of it, because just the 3v3 like gauntlet style arenas with the gear match were so fun. And like even though it's gear match, you can do some like nice like 3-man sweeps by yourself.
Apparently it's 5 times more popular in Korea. I was doing Google Trends and I was looking at how many Google searches in Korea you have for Lost Ark versus BDO, and it's literally 5 times the amount for Lost Ark. Yeah, 5 times more.
I would like to see actual like daily active users or monthly average users or something, because Google Trends could just be like based on when somebody's making an announcement or when a new release is coming out.
Well, I looked over a large period of time. You can set it all the way back to like 5 years as a large window you can review,
and it's still way higher.
Yeah, the entire time.
Yeah. I've heard the actual numbers reflect something like that as well. I don't know if it's 5x, but it seems like significantly more people are logging into Lost Ark every day.
5x is like roughly BDO. Yeah, it seems like it's gonna be huge. I think it's going to be.
It's like second, right? Second to like DFO. I think DFO is one of the only thing that's like beating it. Was it DFO or was it Maple Story?
What was that?
One of them. Like on the MMO popularity charts
What's
for
DFO
Korea.
though?
Dungeon Fighters Online.
Oh, that's
which is a
popular
game
over
that's
there.
like
I've never heard of
dead.
that.
It's like dead in like NAEU, but it's crazy big in like Asian countries.
The Dungeon Fighter Online is what? Is it what that
Yeah,
is?
it's like it's been top 10 most played for in like Korea for years and years.
That Elden Ring. We didn't talk about that because you weren't here, or you talked about it briefly.
Media blackout. I will not listen to.
Dude, he won't watch the trailer.
I will literally leave if we talk about Elden Ring.
He won't even watch the trailer, bro.
I'm upset that I even know the title of the game.
Dude, just watch the trailer.
Nope. Too much info. Blind playthrough.
Ultimate
Once in a
blind
lifetime.
playthrough. It's more than just blind. It's like mute, blind.
Yep.
How about
Everything.
you just listen to the trailer? You know, like
Total
put the
media
audio
blackout.
on.
Absolutely nuts.
That's what you call pure. Like, what is that? That's what I wish I felt about BDO. I had that amount of trust where it's like, I'm not watching Heidel ball. I know it's gonna be good. I'm like, I can't wait for the next updates coming out.
Oh yeah. Bro, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind. Elden Ring, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that that's going to be a phenomenal game. And I am so skeptical and so cynical about new game releases, even from companies that I'm familiar with. FromSoft is not going to let me down. They got it.
Wow, that's very bold in this gaming market.
Nope. Not. I think that is 100% on the mark. There's some people out there that are just they are the best of their craft, and when they do something, you don't have to worry about it.
Dude, hit after fucking hit. Like, you could kind of say something about Dark Souls 2, but you know, they brought Miyazaki back on for Dark Souls 3. Absolute fucking hit. DLC, possibly the best Dark Souls content that was ever put out was the ending DLCs to Dark Souls 3. Bloodborne, absolutely perfect fucking game. Sekiro, excellent game. Like, yeah, I'm not worried about Elden Ring. I know I'm gonna play it. I know I'm gonna enjoy it. I don't need to spoil anything. I don't need to learn any more about the game. I want to just go in blind, figure it all out the way that my Lord and Savior Miyazaki intends, and I can't fucking wait.
Oh my gosh. Is there anything else? Ashes of Creation has a Alpha 1 next month.
Cool. Okay, Ashes of Creation.
Yikes.
It'll be out in a couple years.
So I'm actually probably going to submit a resume to them since they are in San Diego. I wonder what kind of NDA they'll put me under if I were to get that job. That could be interesting.
Long as we know you're working on it, that's all I want. All right, I just want to know.
I still can't tell if Ashes of Creation has potential or not. I'm glad that it's still alpha, because all I think when I see that game is, they still need a little while.
Have you seen their new trailer that they had? They did a 50v100 or no 50v50 test, which was 100 players, and then they did 100v100 right before that. And they said there was a few more decent buds, but I mean, it looks great. They did a really solid job. Like, this was supposed to be their premiere. Like, this is what the game will look like when we have it polished. And it's like obviously a small section of the game compared to the overall. Yeah. But does
the combat look fun though? Like, my biggest problem with that game is when I look at the combat, it just looks like 2012 again. Like,
so the combat is in the process of being reworked. I think right now the combat would be playable. Like, you could play it, you'd be like, okay, it's not good. It's but it's playable. I like they know that's an issue, and they're currently in the process of working it from the ground up with the recoding and everything, so that the creators have better tools to create fun stuff. and we have no idea what that looks
Yeah,
like.
I think that's what I we need. With a combat overall, I think I could start to get a lot more hyped for the game.
So
'Cause the footage
my
I saw I was just like, oh man, I don't know about this.
my biggest problem with Ashes of Creation is that like it kind of feels like they still don't really know what they want to do, because like we had that one long time ago, that one like alpha test where they turned the game into a BR to like test the combat system and shit, and then they
Not
went
good.
Zero Dark 30 for a long time. It was fucking
Not
weird,
good.
but
Yeah.
I still believe that they honestly, if it would have had good would have been received well, they would have actually turned it into a BR, because it was just too conveniently close to the time when BRs were popping off.
Oh,
And then it's like,
well, I don't think that's really fair. I've been following it. I actually backed the Kickstarter. I've been following it for a really long time. And back even when they did the Kickstarter, they said they wanted to have a roadmap for players, so it could be like they could prove the players that things are going to happen. So they had 3 like closed tests, and one was supposed to be like a small arena where you could walk around, pick up items, just like basic network test. Then the second one was supposed to be like a battle arena, and the third one was supposed to be like a I don't know, something type of open world like PvE environment to test that. And that was like their plan from the get go, right after Kickstarter. And it basically got really bad feedback because people didn't understand that never got communicated. They're just really bad at communicating that. And so now they're doing the Alpha 1, which if you go back to the Kickstarter, they even say in the Kickstarter like page itself, Alpha 1, Alpha 2, Beta 1, Beta 2. And there's been, their time frame for it is way, way off. I mean, it's off by years. But their actual goal of what they're trying to accomplish has been the same path the entire time. So I feel like that's really more misunderstanding from bad communication on their side. And I don't think they're any better at communication. They're not really good at selling the vision of the game. But I mean, the things that they're going and trying to accomplish is something that's more than they're trying to go for more than just like this activity will be fun because we designed this cool boss. What they want is we want you to fight other players and have meaningful relationships, and that's why you play the games, because you have an enemy that you don't like, or you have an ally that you like, and those meaningful relationships, they want to occur naturally in the game, and that will be your content. And that is a really hard thing for them to accomplish, and we won't know if that's good or not until the full game's out. Like we literally just can't know if that's going to be good or not. So, I mean,
yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is that a lot of like they definitely have potential in the time, but the biggest problem is they're like so far off base that even if the game would have been good at the time that it was kind of conceived, they've waited half a decade, and then it's like our notion or our belief on what's good is no longer that anymore, right? Because at that point it's like, okay, what's next? Like, when are you going to do the next thing, right?
mm-hmm.
That's my biggest thing, is like it feels like none of them are really doing anything innovative, and if they are, it's like it's innovative at the time, but it takes them 5 to 7 years to get like us like some kind of playable version in our hands, that at that point it's like, this is what you worked on for half a decade, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the time thing is too big.
They have a early Siege gameplay 4K on the website, came out on May 28th, and I would highly recommend checking that out, because that's supposed to be like, roughly their vision for the game and what the Alpha 1 looked like. And I'm sure it'll have bugs and have huge issues, but I think the visuals of it look phenomenal. I think having the players on there with no like major desync with an early alpha, like I think it's really, really says a lot about the quality of the game ultimately.
What was the?
It's called
What was the called?
It's called Ashes of Creation Early Siege Gameplay in 4K. It came out May 28th. It's 33 minutes and 42 seconds. And so it's Ashes of Creation that uploaded it. But that I mean, like, they have like some like in this one they basically have like a dragon, and then they try to kill the dragon for a buff for Node Wars, and then the other guys could come in and fight them at any point. The other guys could either challenge them at the castle, or they could go and try to challenge the dragon. And like the core idea there is, I think very strong. Maybe not fleshed out properly, but very strong. And there's different types of dragons too. There's like a fire dragon and like an ice dragon. Each one, I would assume, gives you different buffs. I think as an overall core concept, it's looking pretty promising. The visuals being on Unreal Engine 4 and working as an MMO is honestly surprising, but it is impressive. It is very, very impressive as far as like the lighting and stuff goes. Because they have dynamic lighting on everything. So at this one point, there's like an ice dragon that blows ice at them, and it blots out the sun because the ice is covering the entire screen. And so all you see is black the entire time, and you see this ice going by your character, and you're like, "Oh my gosh!" And so that type of like graphics from Unreal Engine 4, it's just like really, it's showing through. Even though that I don't think they did anything special.
Yeah. This looks cool. I wish the guy taking the video did something other than just walk around, because I'm trying to get a feel for like what kind of impact you can have on this combat, especially as a melee, which appears to be. But
I would look at
this definitely looks better than the last video I saw for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at the combat because they're like I said, they're working it from the ground up. So the finished product will probably be significantly different than this. Like literally, right now in the game, they have like I think like 10 working abilities or something. It's like not really anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's got potential. If they make this more actiony, and if they just try to like experiment with some new things and innovate a little, and don't just remake every like action combat game from the Lineage 2 era, then I think it definitely has potential. The aesthetic of the game is coming around too. Like I remember the world feeling a little bit dead in the earlier videos, and I feel like they've touched it up quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I feel like it's interesting because like you go near different biomes, like they have like the icicles by the ice dragon. They have like the trees and the level of detail of the trees and everything, with the light coming through and the shadows and everything makes it feel immersive.
Yeah, people are saying that it looks like Guild Wars 2 combat, which that's kind of my feeling, right? Is like this just looks like combat that other games have already done, and there's some iteration that can be done there, but I wish there was something a little bit newer or more groundbreaking if this is going to be the savior of MMOs. But honestly, if they just have like moderately decent combat, if they just have like Guild Wars 2 level combat combined with an immersive world where shit matters, and like this PvP that we're watching actually matters, and the game has emergent interactions with other players, and there's something at stake when you win or lose. Like if they can just get the MMO immersive part of the game down, which I think is what's missing from a lot of these Eastern MMOs, if they can figure that out and the combat is only 7 out of 10,
yeah,
that's good enough.
Yeah, I think it's gonna do well. It's just more so. I think their biggest enemy is the clock, is like time, right? Because like it's been so long.
I think they got all the time in the world, bro. People are just gonna keep the guy funding this game is Omega Rich. They've raised Omega.
Really?
Yeah, dude, go look at their job listings. That's why I'm giving them my resume, dude. They're hiring. They're never not hiring for this game, and there's always like 15 different things they're hiring for.
Well, it's always so fucking weird, dude. Like with all that funding and like time, I'm just so surprised that more of the companies just don't take risks. But I guess that makes sense because like, why would you take risks?
Well, I think so. Think about it. If you're somebody who has played a shitload of MMOs in the past, and you're filthy rich, and you want to make your own game, you have different ideas for design aspects of the game that you want. You have ideas for features of the game that you want. But can you, as someone who is not necessarily a coder, can you figure out a way to put good combat into your game? I mean, a lot of it is intuitive, right? A lot of it is aesthetic. It's hard to even describe what your team needs to do or what the goal is. You have to put it in very like emotional, feely terms of how you want the combat to be. You have to relate it to other games that you've already played. Like it's actually very hard to articulate what you want when it comes to the feel of a game. It's very easy to articulate like, oh, we want our fishing to have like, this kind of stuff, or we want like, we want the economy of the game to work this way, or we want the node system to work this way. Like a lot of the design stuff, sure, you can figure that out and you've got the money to fund that. But in terms of look and feel, I mean, that's art. You need to find artists. And if the first round of people don't do it right, it's hard to give them coaching or direction to fix it. You almost have to just go find different artists and hope that they do it better.
Yep.
Especially if you're speaking from like a vision, right? Like if you know in your mind what it wants to be,
Yeah, exactly.
instead of trying to like put it into the like into physical being, I guess, right?
I mean,
Yep.
there's this really interesting interview with Miyazaki, the lead guy behind Dark Souls, where one of the artists was talking about the feedback Miyazaki gave him, and he said that the first time he made the undead dragon, um, he made it like very, skeleton-y and kind of gross, and like it a little bit like maybe over the top or something. And Miyazaki basically told him like, you need to do a lot less than this. Like you need to tone this way back and like make the dragon feel a lot more like sad and emotional rather than just like outwardly gruesome. Which is such a like difficult note to actually go back and implement. But I think one of the reasons a game like Dark Souls becomes this timeless classic is because everywhere you go in that game, the emotional impact of what you're experiencing is perfect. Like it really is a bunch of artists that made that game, and art can't really be taught. So it's almost luck when an MMO gets that correct. Like you almost can't do it on purpose to some degree, or if you do, I don't know how.
I can see that. Yeah, that actually puts it into perspective because I was kind of thinking it's like,
That's
well, we see things from the perspective of something that's already made, but we don't really see it from the perspective of like, how do you get to this from nothing, just an idea in the head?
That's what I feel like
Right.
like Ashes of Creation will never have is when I look at New World, I'm like, that world I want to be a part of. That looks awesome. I hope that's fun. But when I look at Ashes of Creation, it's like I never feel that feeling. I'm like, it's gonna be a good game, but it's not gonna be because I'm immersed in it. Like not the same way as BDO, not the same way as New World. I'll never have that feeling in the game. I'll have the rush of like 100v100 and like I'll have a rush of like this big fight means a really lot, but I'll never have that immersion in a game because it doesn't have like a core storyline that they're revolving everything around. Like the World of Eternum is like it's an island that used to be in folklore because of how the ocean currents caused boats to crash out there. They used to think there used to be a continent out in the middle of the ocean, and like what if there actually was one there? And like it has like this really in-depth storyline that really gets you like trapped in and enthralled with it. And I feel like something that Ashes won't have, but Ashes will have something else completely different, which will be like a world that actually matters, and like it'll actually feel like a world where your actions have consequences and benefits. Like you go out and kill somebody, well, maybe you were part of the strongest guild, and now they're going to come and kill you a bazillion times. And that has a whole nother attraction that something like New World just probably will never have.
Yeah, I think I don't know. It seems like I enjoyed watching the New World PvP, even if I don't like play it long term. It definitely seems like it'd be really fun because like I was watching the PvP you guys were doing and the way like the enemy team set up these like I guess they were like Gatling gun things, and it was in like a node war that I watched Moreland do, and the Gatling gun was like
Yeah.
mowing people down, and it was like and they were trying to like like storm the Gatling gun to like destroy it. I mean, honestly, it looked really hype at the time.
It was pretty sick. The problem with New World is not that the like New World actually has a great feeling and a great foundation. I think that Amazon did hire some really good artists to like get the feel and look of that game right. The problem with New World is that you have this siege mode that looks and feels great, but realistically it's 30 minutes a day, and the prerequisite to get the siege to launch is really tedious, and the actual mechanics of the siege, even though visually they're pretty cool, gameplay wise they're kind of underwhelming. And like it's New World is just it's it's very similar to BDO in the sense that like the combat and the look of the game is really on point, but the actual design is just sort of awful and
Yeah,
like
I
clueless, and
agree.
it's like it feels like it's being designed by people who've never actually enjoyed a video game in their entire life.
Yeah.
So what about like the life skills? So like I know like the combat is like supposed to be a big draw to it. Is there like an in-depth life skill type thing? Because I saw where like you could branch into different types of crafting and put different effects on weapons and stuff. Like is that
In
still
New
a
World,
thing or has that been kind of scrapped? Yeah.
New
The
World
craft is
has a
pretty
lot of stuff.
good. I mean, I don't think it's like super interesting or new, but it's decent. I mean, you go out, you chop trees, you level up your crafting, you can make some pretty good gear. You can, um, I don't know. It's not like that exciting.
One of the big problems originally with it was that the gear you got from just playing the game and killing monsters was better than the gear you could craft, and so the crafters couldn't keep up with the way people were progressing. Like, it was like the crafters were like
Really?
going through like a really, really slow progression, and then the regular players like, well, I'll just go and grind this rift thing, and then I'll get gear that's way better than you can craft. And then what happened in reverse at the end is you would do the rifts, and then it was a bit more efficient to do the rifts and then break down the materials, or break down the items for the materials you needed, than actually go out and gather materials and make it yourself. So they had some like pretty big balancing issues in the preview, but if they can get it right, I think the crafting system is really, really immersive, because it's like you physically go and chop the tree, and you have to like you get heavy real fast. You're like, ugh, bleh, bleh, and then,
Wait, that's kind of weird though. Like, wow, that's so weird that like you get better gear by grinding than like crafting.
Yeah, so the problem with gearing in New World is, remember, for a long time, the vision of New World was that it was an open world PvP full loot sandbox game. And then as time went by, the PvP was too hard for their, whiny forum audience. And so they started scaling things back to the point where you couldn't loot gear off other people. You would only drop your gear if you were a murderer. And then eventually, like now, like no, I don't think anybody drops gear at all, regardless of what their status in the game is. And murdering kind of doesn't exist anyways, because it's all opt-in consensual PvP. And so they had a crafting. You don't need a super complex crafting system when there's like, take Albion, for example. There's a constant need in Albion for you to craft new shit. Is the crafting in Albion complex? No, it's very simple. It's very straightforward. You go, you click the rock, you bring it back to town, you turn it into a sword. And higher tier materials are rarer and they're harder to get. And you're in danger. You want to like rush back to town when you find one so that somebody doesn't kill you and take it from you. But like in New World, they're kind of getting rid of all the sandbox elements and shifting over to a theme park, and then adding the gear that drops from monsters as they're making that shift. Like, they're literally in the process of transitioning from sandbox to theme park. And so the balance between crafting and dropped loot reflects that sort of
So weird, dude.
dissonance, Yeah, it's super weird.
I mean, I do think that if they get the crafting right and they can tie that into in-game loot, which I don't think they're doing, from what I've seen, if they could do that, then I think it'd be really, really crazy fun, because the crafting is very immersive, and people could get around that for the economy and everything. Yeah, we'll have to see. Like, I think New World's going to be... I think of the games that are coming out, New World's the one that's most similar to BDO, in my opinion, so that's the one I'm most excited for. Even though I don't think it's really has a lot going for it, I do think it's the one I'm most excited for.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where New World ends up, because New World is like the perfect like example of listening to your player base too much can be a bad thing. Personally.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas like BDO is the opposite end of the spectrum, where it's like hardly ever listening. You got New World that's like over listening, so they completely changed the cool core component of their game. Which I like when I first heard the original spiel or vision for the game, I was like, hell yeah, dude! Like a full loot PvP focused game with like impact on the world and like making your own settlements. I was like, hell yeah! But it's like now it's like they've changed it and dulled that down and going more for this like dungeon-esque, and which it's probably going to still end up good. I'm curious to see what it's going to be, but it's been really surprising to see how it's changed.
It's going to be New World is going to be great in the way that playing like a new WoW expansion is great. There's going to be so much to do. It's going to feel good, tons of good content, things to do, people to kill, and then you're going to run out, right? Like, it doesn't have enough emergent stuff that keeps you coming back to really go. That's why, like, it's really going to depend on how often the New World devs can add new dungeons or add new things to fight over or whatever, because you're going to just max out and get bored in that game. And like, that's not necessarily the end of the world. I mean, that's how theme park games are. Like, at some point you sort of just beat them, right? And then you have to wait for the next patch for some new content. But it is definitely like not living up to its potential. I think the game is still very savable, though, if they take feedback in the right way and really think about what's making their game fun and see what aspects of the game players are responding to and what
Yeah.
aspects people are kind of getting bored of and ignoring. If they actually pay attention, New World is still very much salvageable. It could still very much be like a game that you play for years. I just don't think it's in that state right now, and they have a very short window to fix that. They've kind of done like 30% of the work they need to do, but they got to get that other 70 down real fucking quick, because their game comes out in 2 months, and people are going to form their opinions in the first couple months after that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did they ever fix like the weapon balance issue? Because I remember, or I don't even know if it was an issue, but almost every stream that I watched, the person was using the same weapon,
Hatchet.
like the hatchet, and then maybe the two-handed.
Yeah, they
It was
fixed
really
that, I
weird.
think.
The weapons are completely different now. They added like 5 new weapons, and they changed all the trees.
Okay.
So I don't know what the balance currently looks like. I assume there's going to be a meta like with anything else, but we'll see.
Okay, could be interesting.
I'm looking forward to it, man. I don't know if I'm going to play it for years, but I'll definitely play it for 2 solid months, and that's more than I get out of most games nowadays.
Yeah, that's usually what I ask for in most games. Like if I can get 2 weeks, a week or two of content or
The
something.
preview was great, man. Like despite all its flaws, the preview was great for 6 days. So I think they've extended that 6 days to maybe 60 days now, but we'll see if it lasts longer than that. We're at like 4+ hours, boys. You want to wrap this thing up?
Yeah,
I think that's about it.
All right. Potion Shop, what do you got going on this week?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm still got another 220 hours on my timer. I've been streaming like 400 plus hours now. So I mean, I will be streaming and be playing BDO. What I'll be doing, I guess I'll continue leveling my lawn to 64. That was what I'm kind of currently working on, is getting lawn to 64. But we'll have to see. I will get her 64 before a new class comes out. That's what I want to do. But
What about
it?
I'm honestly not doing much at all. Honestly, I'm at this I'm still going through that existential dread in my brain where we're talking about like what the gearing outlook, like what's my purpose for gearing up in the next couple months. So I don't know. I'm just gonna be same old, I guess. Just kind of laying back, kind of waiting and seeing what's on the horizon. Nothing crazy coming up.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same way. I was motivated to grind when I saw the arena announcement. Now I'm not so sure. I might fuck around in some battle arena and try to get ready for that. But I think at this point, for me and BDO, I'll play the new season. I'll play the new class. I'll have fun with that and play the Arsha server and try to get some good PvP or whatever. But really, man, I'm just looking at these other games that are on the horizon. That's kind of what's got me at the moment. I hate to say it, but I'm just being honest.
We'll see. I just, dude, I really need them to get that trust back. Like if I just need them to actually stick to their roadmap and give some shit, like, because I shouldn't be able to year for year look at the previous Calfian ball and the Heidel ball, and there's one thing on the list that actually came out. Like that right there is pretty damn sad.
Yeah.
So hopefully they like start actually release or sticking to their word or their vision, or like pulling back on what they say.
I think we're both grieving BDO, but the difference is you're still in the bargaining phase, whereas I've moved on to the depression phase.
Sad, bro.
All right, boys. That was episode 49 of Nerds and Words. You can typically find us Friday at 12 Pacific. This week we did Saturday because of the Heidel Ball. Sometimes it moves, but generally it's Friday. Sometimes it might be Saturday. But yeah, catch me on Twitch at Moreland TV. Potion Shop, where can people find you?
You can find me at Potion Shop TV on Twitch, Lotion Shop on YouTube, or Potion Shop on YouTube.
And Kurt?
And I'm just simply twitch.tv/KHUR. Straightforward.
That's it. Thanks for listening. See you guys next week.